What's going on, people? Welcome back. Only Facts Sports live. Abdullah Mason versus Albert Bell. Do you know what I'm saying? We've got the Only Facts mug with the cup of tea. We got the biscuits. I got the wife beater on, but I'm not LV General, blood. You know, like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't
So
think
it's,
LV General got done for beating a wife. Still, I think it was more of a R charge.
there was a kidnap charge as well.
Yeah, that don't mean you're beaten. You don't have to kidnap to beat.
You sound like an expert on the subject, so I defer to you. I wouldn't know about all that. But yeah, well,
I,
it was a
I just,
throwaway comment, but
I'm trying to save you from defamation of character and slander.
he ain't suing nobody from jail, so he just needs to worry about putting money behind his legal defense. Don't worry about me. Anyway,
You
blood, do you know what I'm
on the way in,
saying?
hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
Shout
We
out to
are
Julian. Julian was in the chat nice and early. Says smash the likes on the way in. It's about an
of
hour
course.
early. So shout out to Julian, blood. Do you know, yeah, when I was doing the overlay, I tried to get fancy. I did the overlays, I tried to get fancy, yeah. And I saw Abdullah Mason's from Ohio, innit? So I looked up the Ohio flag and I put up the Ohio flag and put Mason on top. And then I went to look up where Albert Bell's from. Guess where he's from?
He's from the same place from Ohio
He's
as
from
well.
Ohio as well. So like, what a fucking waste of time that was, plus. I just put an American flag because I was just like, bro, two black
They're
men
both
fighting on
from
the under the
Ohio.
American flag didn't sit right with me, but it is what it is, blood. You know what I'm saying?
Apparently, Albert Bell used to give Abdullah Mason the business. There's been a lot of talk about this fight as well, basically saying that Albert Bell is actually here to beat Abdullah Mason. Like Top Rank are trying to set Abdullah Mason up. I don't know the benefits in that, but I've heard a lot of people say that, and I don't know. And because I'm not familiar with one, Abdullah Mason's contractual situation right now, and two, I don't actually know. I just know that Abdullah Mason is supposedly with Jay Prince, and Jay Prince and Top Rank have a weird kind of
Fractious relationship.
relationship.
Yeah, facts. But I mean, it makes sense. Like Albert Bell, I think he's 29, something like that. Abdullah Mason set 20, 22, 23. So when they would have been sparring, if they were sparring, say, 4 years ago, Bell would have been like, do you know what I'm saying, in his mid 20s, and Mason would have been
But
18. So that don't really mean anything to me that he used to give him the business. Obviously, people say that because it's sparring, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? It's a story that's going to sell the fight. But you know, back to back tough fights for Abdullah Mason, regardless. Do you know what I'm saying? Obviously, he
I,
picked a reasonably difficult opponent in Joe Cordina. And I know we think that he would have beat Joe Cordina, but he's not picking no easy fights, bro. He's not picking no easy fights.
I think Joe Cordina was actually a cherry pick. I think that was not a cherry pick, but that was an easy pick still.
Yeah,
Because Joe Cordina ain't what he used to be. Like his constant inactivity and injuries and that, he would have just got pieced, bro.
yeah.
I,
I hear
I I
you.
hear
I
what
hear
you're
you.
saying. On the surface, it would have been like, oh, raw. Joe Cordina is a big name, and then he gets brushed, and it's like, raw. Yeah, why did we not expect that? I
Yeah.
expected him to get pieced still.
By a 22-year-old though, by like a 22-year-old prospect.
Yeah, bro. Abdullah Mason is very, very good. And Codina is far from what he used to be, bro. Like, and he's inactive and been coming off injuries and that. I expect him to
But
get
I'm saying
pieced.
I would have given Mason ratings for that regardless. Even though it's a fight he should win. Like, okay, Mason beat Sam Noakes in this last fight. I know Joe
Yeah,
Cordina's not what he used to be, but if Joe Cordina fought Sam Noakes, who would you make the favorite in that fight?
Sam Noakes by far.
Really?
Like Joe Cordina's done, bro. I look at Joe Cordina like how people look at Joe Joyce,
Damn, that bad.
bro. Obviously, he ain't had the losses like Joe Joyce, but bro, at the end of the day, you can't beat Father Time, bro. Father Time's undefeated.
I hear you. Around the
And
world,
even
so
when he
big
was
up
at the
Nick and
best, even
Shane.
when he was at his best, he wasn't a elite fighter. He was a good fighter, but he
No, but he's
wasn't
just
an
a
elite
tough,
fighter.
he's just a tough guy to break down.
Yeah, facts. But he ain't gonna cause Abdullah Mason anything where it's gonna be like he might lose the fight. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Tough fight for Abdullah. Albert Bell, not a big puncher, but a very good boxer. I hear that. I think that Abdullah Mason's gonna have the physical advantages over him. I think he might have a little bit of no, Albert Bell's I think quite a lot taller, but I think that Abdullah Mason's a lot more thick set. And I think the power differential is gonna be like, do you know what it's gonna be like? Yeah, it's gonna be like when you're giving your dad attitude when you're young. And your dad's like, bro, you really think you can beat me in a fight, blood? And at a certain point, you're like, yeah, bro, I reckon I can piece you up, blood. You're an old man now, bro.
I
Obviously,
get
Albert
that.
Bell's not old like Cordina, but versus the man that he used to spar and that, this is a totally different person you're fighting.
It's interesting because, like, I think in the Sam Noakes fight, he was tested mentally in one way. In this fight, he's going to be tested mentally in a completely different way. When he fought Sam Noakes, he was tested mentally in terms of discipline and um authority. In this fight, he's going to be tested more in terms of, like, can you overcome, if the rumors are true, can you overcome that bully that you used to face? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I think that's a different mental test that he's going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I hate you. Charlie Rendon says, big up to the man. Name. Shout out to Charlie. Thank you for the comment on this week's podcast as well. Does Bruce get the knockout tonight?
Um, I the thing is, with Bruce Carrington, it doesn't really matter. Like, Bruce Carrington, whether he knocks his fighter out or not, he's a very clean fighter. So he's gonna win in the best way possible. The best thing about Bruce Carrington is his temperament. So if he feels like the knockout's there to get, he will take it. But if he ain't there, he's happy to just box and win. So
Yeah.
that's the best thing about Bruce Carrington. He's much cleaner and much more. One thing I like about him, he's very mature and comfortable within his skin as a fighter.
Yeah.
So I ain't worried about that at all.
Albert Bell says, so around the world said Albert Bell used to be of top rank, but I guess Albert is finally getting his title fight since he couldn't get Navarrete into the ring.
I think that's different because he was gonna fight Andy Cruz anyway. He's gonna fight Andy Cruz at 35, and that would have been a final eliminator for another top ranked fighter in Muay. So regardless of how you look at it, he's gonna have to go through the top ranked road anyway. You
Yeah.
know, if Navarrete if they didn't want to push him for Navarrete, they ain't gonna push him for Muay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Facts. Mason is not a prospect anymore. When you were a champion, the days of being a prospect are over. I got an interesting point to say. Let me just get through his last comment from Julian as well. Thank you for the comment, man. And like the video as well. Julian said, watch the show earlier. This World Cup is inclusive, but it's not. Yes, accepting other cultures, but we're only accepting them to show how great America is, if that makes sense. That makes absolute sense, bro. That I 100%
I
agree with
don't
you, bro.
necessarily agree, but I know why you said it.
Yeah, that totally makes sense, 100%. Let's talk about let's talk about Bruce Carrington because ultimately, that fight's coming up first. That fight's coming up next, right?
I don't think it's next. I think Abdullah Mason's brother's next, or has he already fought?
He already fought earlier. I was watching the prelims.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, he's
I
next.
think I think it's Carrington. No, it might be Johnson Guerrero. Sorry, it's going to be Johnson Guerrero and then Carrington afterwards. But
Oh yeah, no,
let's
Tiger Johnson, obviously another Devin Haney up.
took 8 minutes this time. It took 8 minutes.
And I think Tiger Johnson is probably most known for his fight with Bill Haney, his physical altercation with Bill Haney. I think that's why he's most famous.
What I wanted to ask you is about Shushi Carrington's really getting the limelight now that he deserves. Still not headlining shows and pay-per-views and stuff like that. But you spoke about him having a good temperament. He's really stepping into the limelight sort of post age 27. Do you think that makes a difference versus becoming a world champion at 21 or 22 and really stepping into the limelight at a later stage boxing wise?
No, I don't. I don't think it makes a difference. I think black small fighters is very difficult. Devin, Shakur, they will fight. Even Keyshawn, like they're all finding it hot. For me, being unless you're I can't think of many guys below lightweight that are black that can actually sell and make big money. I
Yeah,
can't think of any. I
yeah,
know obviously not Navarrete, Inoue and Bam Bam Rodriguez, they sell out and they pack stadiums. But this is where culture comes into it because welterweight, middleweight, light heavyweight historically have always been a very, very dominant division for um American black fighters. You know, whether you're talking about Hopkins or Roy or you're talking about Floyd, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard, whatever. Whereas I don't actually know if that's the case for smaller fighters, and he's just unfortunately having to deal with the fact that he's just small. And I don't know if he's ever gonna be that fighter. I don't think it's an age thing. I think it's more of a thing, a fact that he's just at a weight class which his demographic and his people don't really buy into. And I know people for one don't, well, like, it's not about race, but it is about culture. You know, there's a reason why when you go to a fight and you see a Niue and you see mainly Japanese people in Japan, and you see at a
There's also a
fight.
legacy to tap onto, right? If you are, say, for example, a Southeast Asian fighter, obviously you've got Pacquiao. If you are a Latin fighter, you've got a whole host of smaller Latin people
Facts.
to build off of. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know, you're right. Do you know what I mean 100% right? Do you think that changes though? If we look at the landscape of boxing, I'm not talking about the technical aspect here. I'm talking about the cultural aspect. If you look at the cultural aspect of boxing 20 years ago, and then now it's gone from Mike to Floyd. Could it go lighter again 20 years
No,
from now?
no, because I think the big shift was Ali to Sugar Ray Leonard, because Sugar Ray Leonard was obviously Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard both had Angelo Dundee, so there was that connection. But there was also this pretty boy, slick talking fighter who, after Ali, you look at the heavyweights at the time, and there was no heavyweight that could fill the void. Even though you had like Larry Holmes, who's my personal favorite heavyweight of all time, but he doesn't have the same charisma outside of the ring, whereas Sugar Ray Leonard had a similar one. And I think when you look at the heavyweight division and you think, well, there's no big American fighter right now, there is big personalities at welterweight. And I think people are just buying into personalities. So that's why you got Tank fans, or that's why you got
But
Shakur
that's what I was
fans,
going to
or
say. You've
Tucson
got
or Devin
Tank.
fans.
If there was someone like Tank that was putting people to sleep at 126 and living that type of lifestyle outside the ring, you don't think that captures the
Yeah,
imagination?
it does. It does. You're right. That in that way it does, because I think it worked for Tank when he was at 30. I know 30 isn't what Bruce Carrington's fighting at, but Bruce Carrington's fighting at 26. 30 and 26, there's no difference between the two. Do you know what I'm saying? But Bruce Carrington's a very clean cut fighter. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't you know, he's a very
That's
good
more why I
professional.
think that he'll get the flowers later in his career. We already
Mm?
spoke about the shift from your Mike Tyson, who was very, very wild and messy, to your Floyd, who was pretty wild and messy, but not.
But
Floyd's life isn't much more wild and messy than your average Black American man from the hood. So he was more relatable in that sense. And then the shift to the new school, where their lives outside the ring are actually pretty clean cut. Um,
other than Tank.
no, of course, but I'm talking about then we go from Floyd to Ward, and then we go from Ward to Crawford, and then we go from Crawford to Shakur and Devin. These guys live pretty clean lives.
And there's a reason why none of them,
And Boots in
but
there too.
yeah, yeah, there's a reason why none of them in their prime had the star power of Adrian Broner and Javante Davis. There's a
Hmm.
reason why. You
Hmm.
know, as much as Terence Crawford is levels and leagues above Adrian Broner, when Adrian Broner was in his prime, Terence Crawford couldn't chat to him in terms of numbers and star power, bro. He didn't
Yeah,
have
he'd be begging to get
young.
on his undercard.
Huh?
He'd be begging to get on his undercard at them
Literally,
times.
you ran have like people like Young Thug and flipping Chris Brown at his fights and that, bro. These are fights that weren't even world title fights. He's got these men at the fight. So like this level of star power, that having a messy outside of the ring career, it does have a, for some weird toxic reason, it does have some form
It's
of
not.
value.
It's not. It's definitely toxic, but it's definitely not weird. But we'll get into that. I'm gonna get through the comments, but got another question for you to ponder while I go through the comments of how much boxing reflects the wider culture at the time. And I'm talking about, you look at Crawford, his rap equivalent that he came into the ring with was Eminem. When you look at Eminem, he's also a family man. I know he was crazy in his heyday, in his younger years, but he's older. He's more reclusive. He doesn't pop out so much. And his character actually aligns with Crawford so well. When you look at Mike Tyson in the 80s, and you know anything about New York in the 80s, it was just a perfect combustion of all of that toxic,
I
crazy
mean,
culture shit.
that's such a good point that you brought up.
Let me
I'm
go
gonna
through let
let
me
you
go
go.
through the comments. Let
You
me
go,
go
go
through the
on, go on,
comments
go
real
on, go
quick.
on.
Top Rank did it again, 100%. They're at it again. You know, Top Rank, you know what they do. I swear Tiger Johnson got rushed at Shakur Teo press conference. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
by
Shane was talking
Devin's
about
dad.
before. Here's a comment that Shane's gonna like. Oh yeah, Nick's boy Haney is ducking Tank. Tank gave him a contract with no rehydration clause, and Haney's still acting like a bitch. This, Julian, the first thing this tells me is you must not box. You must not box because you're asking a man who's a world champion at 147. Is he one time or two time champion at 147?
At 147 is one.
What, he's a world champion at 147, and you're asking him to come down 12 pounds. The
No, no, no,
question,
no, no, no. It's at 47.
Tank's offered him a contract at 47.
Yeah,
Is that the 75-25 we were talking about earlier?
yeah,
So he's offering Devin Haney 25%,
30.
30%.
Yeah.
That's outrageous. 30% is outrageous.
I don't
I mean,
understand that. I mean,
that 30% is outrageous.
Tank isn't even a world champion right now. I don't even know what that
Tank
means.
is not a world champion. He's a world champion in recess. Devin's been a world champion at 3 or 4 weight classes.
3.
3 weight classes. Undisputed at one of those weight classes. Youngest undisputed champion. He's made more money than Tank
Well,
in
let's
recent
get to
years.
that in a second. Let's not.
Yeah.
Get,
Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, what are we talking about? Yeah, the question I'm asking you, Julian, is why are you not asking Tank? I know that Devin, Tank, and Shakur are the 3 biggest names around those divisions, as well as Ryan Garcia. But those guys' names are around each other. But why are you not asking Tank to go and get his own belt back at 135? Why are you not asking Tank to unify at 135? Why are you not asking him if he wants to move up to fight the champions at 140? Why are you not asking Tank to rematch Lamont Roach after they drew? Where is the energy for Tank after he took a knee against Lamont Roach, should have lost the fight, and then actually signed to fight Jake Paul and then pulled out of that fight? I'm not hearing any of the energy for this guy. Man only have energy for Devin. From Devin's perspective, he hasn't, from a boxing perspective, he hasn't done anything wrong, bro. He lost the Ryan fight. He got knocked down a bunch of times. Ryan was on PEDs. The State Athletic Commission overturned that result. Okay. And now he's looking for other fights at 147. I don't know why Devin is a duck, or Devin's MO has always been who's got the belts. Do you know what I'm saying? Devin fought Kambosos for belts. He could have made more money fighting other people, but he fought Kambosos because Kambosos had a belt. Do you know what I mean? So that's what it is. Anything to add to that?
no, I mean, I see rants in the comment section. I just go through the comments because
Yeah.
it's going to be a topic we're going to have to discuss in it.
Shout out to Rance as well, friend of the show. This is a burner baby said he made it. He made that 126 weight easy, coming in at 124.6. He's actually a small man. Yeah, he's a very slight frame for sure. One of the biggest issues with boxing in America is the lack of TV exposure.
Yeah.
Ray win the gold at 1976, which helps him out a lot. Ray had seven up commercials in his prime. Ray Leonard was a superstar. Shane, you said there's no big black American fighters below LW when Tank made his name in the lower weights. But I
Are
mean,
you drunk?
we
Are you
but
literally drunk? You're
we
actually
covered
an
that.
idiot. You're actually an idiot. Because I literally said between 175 and 147. I spoke about Tank specifically and why he defies that. So I
He
see
must have
you're
put that. He
actually
must have
dead.
put that comment. Let's not disrespect our viewers, but he must have put that comment before we got onto the Tank part of the conversation. Ray was presented as a clean cut man, but he wasn't clean cut at all. Broner peaked before Crawford was even a champion. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying numbers wise, isn't it? You man
Are you
struggle with analogies.
when Adrian Broner, it don't, the reason why, in fact, go on, continue.
But
'Cause
I'm saying it was an analogy, innit? I was just saying numbers wise. I wasn't saying literally. Do you know what I mean?
Adrian Broner and Crawford had big fights at similar times. When Adrian Broner fought Jesse Vargas, bro, what's it called? Terence Crawford was an undisputed champion or unified world champion. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Mm.
And I don't even have the computer to check that, but I'm 99% sure he's either undisputed or unified. Go on.
Boosie watched Crawford out of one of his fights. Rant said, I like Scooter, but he's flaming hot trash. I'm still in shock.
Lol.
I gotta skip straight to Rant's next comment. 30% is too much to offer Devin. Man should offer him 15%.
Can I just explain to people why this doesn't make sense? Because I was talking to Nick, to Rance earlier today, and I understand where Rance is going with this conversation already. But what you have to understand is why would I? This fight does not generate 100 million. This fight might not even generate 60 million. For people who don't know, if you take a percentage split, that means whatever the money generates, I'm gonna get that percent. It's very straightforward. If this fight generates 60 million, Devin will get paid like 25 or 22 million of that 60, maybe even 20 million. That's only $5 million more than what he got paid to fight Brian Norman Jr. Now, whether he's worth that or not is irrelevant. That just doesn't make sense. If you're saying he should accept 15%, why would I accept 15% when I'm being offered 15 million to fight people like Brian Norman Jr.? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me. That just doesn't make sense. Whether he generates that money or not, if I ever offer for 15 million to fight, let's say he's getting 15 million to fight Keyshawn Davis, why would I then fight for 20 million to fight Tank? That doesn't make sense.
You're missing a crucial piece of information. Tank sent the contract to Devin knowing that Devin's not accepting that. You man that are sucking off Tank and saying, yeah, your boy's ducking, blah, blah, blah. You man have been had. You've been hoodwinked. You've been bamboozled.
That's actually not true, no layers, because he just got offered 100 million for 8 fights. Do the maths on that, bro. 100 million for 8 fights, according to Zafar. So I don't. And now
stop reading the comments ahead, because otherwise it's not going to make sense for the people that's watching. It's just they're just not going to know what you're talking about. But and then I'd have to skip comments. Where did Bill get $30 million from? How is 30% outrageous? Why isn't 30% outrageous? I don't understand it. How can okay, let's say this. If you're the mandatory for my belt, yeah, you get 25%.
Standard.
But you want to come and fight me for my belt. You're not a mandatory, but you just want to challenge me for my belt and you get 70%. How is that not outrageous? How's that not outrageous? You get 25% for being a mandatory challenger. Why would I offer you 70%? Why? You man really believe that Tank would go up to, in his first fight back, by the way, would go up to 147 pounds and fight Devin? If you believe that, I've got all types of bridges to sell you. If you believe that, this man was going to fight Jake Paul instead of rematching Lamont Roach. And you believe he's going to go to 147 and fight Devin. You believe that. And you man are letting him off the hook because more than Tank's name has been linked with Devin. You're reading ahead again. You're reading ahead again. And the people that are watching don't know what you're talking about. We're doing a show. Just stick to just try not to read ahead of the comments because it's not going to make sense to people that's watching. More than Devin and Tank.
Get to the comment.
It don't matter. We're doing a show. We're doing a show. We're trying to do a show here. Can we have some parliamentary procedure, please? More than Devin, Tank's name has been linked to Shakur way more. Their names have been intertwined for ages. Why am I not asking you to why not put the same offer to Shakur? And you might only won one weight class apart. Why not put the same offer to Shakur? Shakur didn't need a rehydration. Do you mean you man are allowing your personal biases to twang your own mind, bruv? That's what it is. The same Ryan that Tank beat up. Yeah, that's the same guy, but he was. I mean, it is what it is, bro. It's boxing, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? That don't mean anything. Tank sells more than Devin. Tank and Bill Haney carry the promo 30% anyway. I mean, does he though? I said on the channel the other day that Devin's made more money from boxing than Tank has.
Now, this is what I think people need to understand. Tank generates more money than Devin, but Tank hasn't been paid more money than Devin. That's a very big difference. Tank is a person who's fought for PBC. PBC work only off back-end money. Percentage. Devin has been a completely different type of fighter. He goes to new promotional companies or he fights straight for upfront flat fees. So he's actually generated less money than Tank, but he's earned more money than Tank. So you may generate more money, but I actually earn more money. I've made more money out of my career than you have.
To the best of our knowledge, because some of his fights have been in Saudi, but they don't show us the prices.
Well,
They don't show us what's doing it.
you get a glimpse because of, and we do know for the Brian Norman Jr. fight, he got 15 million. We do know that.
I'm saying we know what he got paid, but we don't know what it generated because Saudi don't publish what it generates.
It didn't generate 15 million. I tell you that.
I agree. Listen, I'm not arguing that. I agree with you, but I'm just telling you, it's an impossible thing to track. We actually cannot. We don't have the numbers to track it. All we can track is what these men got paid. Devin's been paid more from boxing than Tank has.
Which so was when I actually checked that, I was so surprised. But because that Nick said it to me, and I'm like, nah, Tank's definitely earned more money. When I actually done the maths, Devin has actually earned a lot more money than Tank has. Tank has earned a lot more money in the Ryan fight. I think he earned 40, Devin only earned 30. But then when you go across his career, like he earned 8 million to fight Cambosos, he earned 6 million to fight Regis, he earned another 6 million to fight Jose Ramirez. He earned 15 million to fight Brian Norman Jr. There he earned 8 million to fight Lomachenko. Whereas if you look
to me personally, when I said that, it was a guess. But the guess was just that you've traveled more, you've been the away fighter more, and you fought more world champions. How could you not? So I'm saying we're into round one, by the way, in the fight of Johnson versus Guerrero. I promise Haney ain't making that 15 million again if he don't fight Shakur or Tank.
I'll bet you right now, no layers. I'll bet you right
now. You forgot Ryan Garcia.
I was just about to say, I'll bet you right now that Tank and Shakur isn't Devin's biggest payday. I bet
but
you.
The thing is, the thing is,
what do you want to bet?
The thing is, that may be true. In fact, it's probably not true because you've forgotten to put Ryan Garcia in there. But let's say that that's true. That's the same for Shakur. Who's paying Shakur 15 million to fight unless it's Tank or Devin? Where's Shakur making 15 million for a single fight from? Is he making 15 million to fight Gary Antoine Russell Jr.? Is that generating him 15 million? Where's he getting 15 million from to fight?
Where's Tank getting 15 million from?
Yeah.
Let's be real. Let's be real. If we put every fighter in the world and see what's going to generate the most money, Devin versus Ryan generates more money than any combination of any other fighter that we can include Tank or Shakur. If Tank and Shakur fight today, they don't generate as much money as Devin and Ryan.
He ain't even signed to Zuffa. You man believe in that crook Bill Haney, bro? You're talking nonsense because Tank signed to PBC and he don't get paid what Devin gets paid. So whether he signed to Zuffa or not, Devin's a free agent, bro. I said on the channel 2 months ago, if Devin signs to Zuffa, it will be for like 100 mil.
Yep.
I said that 2 months ago, bro. With no, I weren't listening to Bill Haney. That was my assessment of what.
Literally, you said that 2 months ago without.
I said it 2 months ago.
This was before he was. I asked Nick, because Devin always goes to the new promotional company. Do you think Devin will go to Zuffa? This was before the speculations even came out. It's on the channel, and Devin was like, not Devin. Nick was like, well, for him to go to Zuffa, they would have to offer him 100 M's. Lo and behold, like 2-3 weeks later, that was the talk.
Bro, I've been in this boxing game all my life. Some man just turned up yesterday, blood. That makes no sense. Truth Teller Maxwell said there's a reason we don't get official pay-per-view numbers anymore. The last pay-per-view numbers from Tank and Ryan, neither Tank or Ryan have come close to that 1.2 million buys since. Listen, at the end of the day,
no,
it's all about...
Ryan never came close, but he earned a lot of... He actually earned slightly more money in the Devin fight than he did in the Tank fight because he got a higher percentage. So he actually earned more money because in the Devin and Ryan fight, he got 55%, where against Tank, he got 40%. So he actually earned slightly more money, but go on.
But it don't even matter. Like those fights, everyone's got their career high. Do you know what I'm saying? Those fights have the right needle, when you got fights that are doing big pay-per-view numbers, bro, there's the right narrative. It's the right timing. disrespect a man because you don't do 1.2 million buys, bro. Bro, no one does that these days, bro. No one does that, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous, bro. Like, it just is what it is, bro. You man are holding man to ridiculous standards. Because Tank is a way bigger draw and it ain't just about the belt. But we'll have to see. Do you know
Well,
what I
it's
mean? I
about
don't.
the belts for me because I don't care about money because these niggas ain't paying me. I care about entertainment. And Tank hasn't fought well, Tank is okay because Tank has at least fought. Shakur hasn't fought nearly the level of opposition Devin has fought. Not even close. He's fought Teal, and then after that, it just stops. He's not
We
fought
also,
nearly
this
the
the
level
thing.
of opposition.
This is where man is spinning narratives because the last time we saw Tank fight was against Roach and he drew and everybody knows that he lost. So we don't know
And no one's
what,
calling for the rematch.
and no one's called for the rematch, and no one's called him out, period. When he's gone, thumping up his gal and doing jail time, no one's called for it. So as it stands currently, we don't know what Tank does pay-per-view numbers wise. We know that his last fight did about 260K. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not disrespecting him. That's cool.
Which is less money than Devin earned to fight Brian Norman Jr.
That's obvious, which is less than Devin and Brian. But that's cool. That's cool. But I'm not disrespecting. That's cool. All of that shit is cool. But you man are holding this brother to a unreal. You man have got more confidence in Tank than Tank has in Tank. Do you know what I'm saying? If you man were black fathers, the world would be a different place, bro. Because you just put mad, unrealistic, do you know what I mean, confidence behind your youths for no reason, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? Devin versus Tank is Tank versus Devin at a catchweight won't be for a belt. It was 144. It could still be for a belt though.
It can still because
It could still be for a
it's
belt.
under 147 limit, so it will be.
Yeah, it could still be for the belt.
Canelo used to do it all the time. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day. Canelo used to do this 155.5 catchweight at middleweight.
Mayweather's done this.
Huh?
Mayweather's done this.
Yeah, Mayweather's done it as well.
Mayweather's done this.
Yeah, so
you man are holding
Mayweather
people to unrealistic.
Mayweather used to fight at 150.5 and it still be at junior middleweight.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what it is.
As long as it's under that weight class, it's still for the belt.
I think Tank believes Devin is an easy fight. If Tank believed Devin was an easy fight, he wouldn't have sent him a contract for 30%. Devin's legacy in the sport, whether you man like him or not, because you man maybe you listen to rap music and you like man with big booty bitches and gal twerking and man that punch up their gal and all these kind. Maybe that's what you man like. But at the end of the day, Devin's legacy in the sport, if boxing was finished now, is way surpassed Tank's. So Tank sending him 30, yeah, Tank sells because he's
comparable.
It's not even comparable, bro. So you sending me a 30, you sending me, that's like Ben Whitaker sending Crawford a 30% offer, blood. What are you talking about, bro? Do you know what I'm saying? So that
it's like Ben Whitaker sending Bivol a 30% offer.
Yeah, that's what it's literally like. It's like Ben Whitaker sending Bivol a 30% offer. And then bragging about it, you decline my offer because you sent me an offer you knew I weren't going to accept, bro. I want to know what you man do for a living on a 9-to-5 day-to-day basis. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you man got to know, contract.
You're not actually expecting Devin to accept 30%.
Yes.
When he's gone, that will probably. I guarantee you, Devin and Tank don't do 60 million. That does not earn 60 million. So he's pretty much going to earn the same what he thought. Brian Norman Jr. What you lot would be the worst negotiators ever, bro. Why would you tell a man to earn the same amount of money that he earned in his last fight? That doesn't make sense, bro. That literally doesn't make any sense. You lot would be the worst managers ever, fam.
He literally offered him the fight confirmed by Dev and Bill, so clearly he wants to fight. Well, clearly not, blood. That's not how it works, blood. I can offer man a fight even if I don't want the fight. I right now, Nicholas Joseph Francis, offer Anthony Joshua a professional boxing match, and I'm willing to pay him £1.50. Does that prove that I really want the fight? It don't make sense, bro. That don't make sense. People send people offers not genuine that they know they're gonna not accept all the time. All the time. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's just cap. Do you know what I'm saying? Tiger Johnson is cold facts. Also, the Haney's got to get Tank off the list now. They clearly don't want that fight anymore. If you say so.
Next comment.
If you say so, it's just him still chatting about Tank. It's how much you make it how you save. We ain't talking about Shakur right now though. This is about Dev ducking Tank. It's not. This is about Tank's fans. A lot of them having some type of homosexual attraction to this nigga and just not allowing him to
Why?
Um,
Why is there no pressure for Tank to fight? What's it called?
no, no,
Tank
no, no, no.
and
There's like five names, bro. Why is there no pressure for Tank to fight Roach? Why is there no pressure for Tank to fight Shakur?
Shakur.
Why is there no pressure for Tank to fight whoever's going to fight for his vacant belt when he's the champion
Schofield.
of reset?
Schofield.
Schofield. Bro, there's three or four. Your name is tied into a certain narrative. This is like Ben Whitaker. It's not quite because Ben Whitaker ain't won a world title. But this is like Ben Whitaker. We know his hit list should be Yard, Buatsi, Callum Smith, Bivol, Beterbiev. But
But you know,
instead, Ben Whitaker starts calling out Opataya. Why are
but
you
you know
talking to
why it's no
Opataya?
layers, yeah? No, you know why no layers? You know, not even just no layers. You know, I think like a lot of this is like a homosexuality thing for Tank, because if you want to accuse Devin for ducking anything, which I've criticized Devin on this channel for doing, is ducking Rowley, because Rowley offered him 50-50 and it was a unification. That was that if there's for me, that's a proper that for me would have been
That's a
something
proper duck.
worthy of dissing
That's a proper
Devin for.
duck. Yeah.
That would I would say, you know what, that for because I've always said Devin should have taken that fight, but you are bringing up Tank. That
Where's
tells me
where's
that you
where's
guys.
where's the energy for Shakur when we agreed 144? You called my bluff and I agreed, and then you said actually no. Anyone want to talk about it? All right, cool. Shakur can fight in New Jersey or New York and sell out. Devin ain't
But he
putting
won't
bums
make
on
15
seats.
million though. He still earned less money than Devin. He still earned less money than
Devin ain't
Devin.
putting bums on seats nowhere without a big name opponent. He don't have a core fan base.
True, that's true.
That's fair, but how much does that translate into money? Do you know what I'm saying? Because what we're talking about is money here, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially when we're at a time where man do percentages. Man ain't doing gates. That's why, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like when 50 Cent used to argue with Jay-Z or Ja Rule and these man. And 50 used to say, you know what, you're right. You man are actually like bigger than me in New York. You're bigger than me in New York. That's a fact. The problem is I'm bigger than you on the planet. So you know what I'm saying? Because you man do
Literally,
shows.
and
You
run
man do shows in New York, and that's cool. But I do shows in Dubai. I do shows in
and
Saudi. I
run.
do shows.
I hear what you're saying, but the reason why it just doesn't make sense is because if my last fight was 15 million, the only way I'm gonna fight you is if you can make sure I make more than 15 million. If not, then I'm not gonna fight you. There is no guarantee that Devin, if he does a 30% split against Tank, that he guarantees makes 15 million. Maybe, but there's no guarantee. His last fight was a guarantee 15 million against Brian Norman Jr. So I have to make sure I'm making at least 20 because it's Tank. Tank's a bigger name than Brian.
Tanker Shakur is a bigger fight than Devin and Ryan. That's a fact.
You're chatting shit. You're
Mm,
chatting absolute
I mean,
shit.
first of all, it
You're
literally isn't
talking
a fact.
absolute crap. You know why that's crap? Because how much Shakur Stevenson has had one pay-per-view in his entire career. His entire career, Shakur Stevenson's had one pay-per-view. And that pay-per-view didn't do nowhere near what Devin and Ryan done the first time. We can all agree that the second fight's going to be bigger. The first fight generated 75 M's, according to, if you go roughly around there. Do you think Tank and Shakur generate 75 M's? They have the same fan base. When I mean the same fan base, they have the same demographic of fan base. So I don't see how that fight makes any. Ryan Garcia is a significantly bigger name than Tank. He's a significantly bigger name than Shakur. Now, granted, majority of that fan base will come from Ryan, but the rivalry between Ryan and Devin surpasses the rivalry between Tank and Shakur. Not to mention the fact that you have the precedent of what the first fight generated. You have the precedent there. That first fight generated like 75 M's, bro.
To be honest, these guys are going to play behind Boots and SB, and we've got to bring Boots Ennis into this conversation. Tank is a way bigger draw than Devin.
This is true.
Tank was the face was in the running to be the face of boxing after Canelo.
That's true. That's true. No, what he's saying is true. Tank is a bigger draw, but he doesn't
Yeah,
make
Tank's a
more
bigger
money.
draw, but I don't know about the face, but I hear you.
Tank has been poorly managed, and so has Shakur been poorly managed, whereas Devin's been managed tremendously. Because Devin's earned more money and he's got more belts, but he's got less talent, according to you guys. Tell me how that makes sense. Good management, innit?
Tank versus Inoue, Bam generates more than Garcia
No,
slash.
it doesn't, bro. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about, bro?
Tank versus Inoue or Bam. You lot are massively overestimating Tank's buying power. Tank's very popular, but like we said before, there's not this. The numbers of what you lot are saying don't add up, bro. That's all I'm saying. The numbers of what you're saying is not adding up, bro. Of course, Tank versus Inoue, yeah, but Inoue's probably one of the biggest stars in boxing, blood. So that's a lot of that's going to come from Inoue. But Tank on his own don't do massive pay-per-views. You lot are talking like he's Canelo, bro, where every time he fights anybody, it just does big numbers, bro.
Okay,
It's
Nick,
cap.
Nick, can I just
Yep.
say one thing? Yeah, this
Mhm.
is just something that I've just researched. Devin versus Tank, Devin versus Ryan. The first fight generated 85 million. According to what I can see right now, according to the records, and most of this is public, so you can find it. Generated 85 million. Tank versus Ryan generated 90 million. So it's £5 million, 5 million discrepancy in terms of everything. Answer me this question. Is Devin versus Ryan 2 bigger than Devin versus Ryan 1?
Yes.
So we can at least say this fight's gonna do at least 90 M's. Do you see Shakur versus Tank doing 90 million? It's impossible, bro. Shakur hasn't even done no way. I don't even think Shakur's fights generated 50 M's before, bro. What's Shakur's biggest purse? He's only had one pay-per-view, and that was against Teal. He's only had one pay-per-view in his entire career, and that was against Teal. Tank is a massive name. Do not get me wrong, he's a massive name. But bro, I don't see Shakur anywhere near that, bro. Anywhere near. Like there has to be. I don't see that. I don't know. I could be wrong though.
I hear you.
Charlie Rendon, where you at in the comments?
Do you think Shakur would beat everyone on Devin's resume?
Probably, yeah, probably. He won't fight everyone on his resume, but he probably would beat them, yeah.
I think the Tank versus Rotary match could do big numbers. Yeah, because there's more narrative and storyline behind that. 100%. Mr. Aki said, "You man have confidence in Devin, the black man who takes other man to court over losses. Tank is way bigger than that pussy." Well, then I could say to you, you got a lot of confidence in a man that beats women. How does your mother and your sister feel about that?
Full stop. Full stop. Full stop.
Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I don't understand.
You know the wickedest thing is, yeah? If we just ended boxing right now, Devin's career is
Devin's bigger
bigger
than
than
both of
both
them.
Tank and Shakur's. I don't
Poss-
understand how this even is a
possibly
thing.
combined, bro. It's not even. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? Lol,
You
Devin's
man hit
toughest
the like
competition.
button, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
Devin's toughest competition is B Norman, Loma, and Linares. Because Ryan fight don't count. Shakur fought Tio, Valdez, and Zepeda.
Shakur fought the better fighter of the two. No, he didn't.
Brian Norman Jr., Lomez, and Jorge Linares, especially at the times that Devin fought them, is better than Tio, Valdez, and Zepeda.
Zepeda is definitely not, because Zepeda went life and death with Tevin Farmer. And Tevin Farmer, he got knocked out in the first round by Schofield. Then um what's it called? Valdez got absolutely beaten the brakes off by Navarrete. And then Teofimo Lopez, that was a good win, and I'll give that to him. And Teo did beat Loma, but then Teo also lost to Cambosis. And guess who Cambosis lost to? Devin. So it don't make a difference, bro. Devin and Teo would have fought before Teo and Shakur fought, but Teo lost to Cambosis. So
Fanboy said sometimes you have to smack them up a bit, not too hard, just enough for them to understand. I don't slap my girl, so I don't know. I don't know how you man get down. I don't run in my house. Tank versus Devin would do big numbers. Yeah,
it
I
would.
think Tank versus
It
Devin.
would. I don't
I think
think it
Tank
does
versus Devin.
bigger than Devin. It doesn't do bigger than Devin and Ryan because it's the same demographic of people, bro. Mexican people spend more money on boxing than black fans. This is a fact, fam. I even know why the man don't even know this. Mexican fans spend more money on boxing than black fans spend money on boxing. This is just a statistical fact. I don't know if you've ever. Canelo's been the face of boxing for the last 15 years, bruv. And before
Mm.
that, Oscar De La Hoya was a massive name. And what Floyd used to do was every Cinco de Mayo, he would fight a Latin fighter and always make the Mexicans come in and pay one bag of money to fight him. That was always the case.
No
Mexican fighters.
layers, no layers, no layers said this, and Rant said exactly. And I don't know why Rant said exactly. This sounds very similar to what Dev did to my boy Shakur, and you man co-signed it. And Rant said exactly. Rants, delete your exactly, because it's not an exactly, is it? Do you know what I'm saying? You can't offer me 30% to come and fight for my belt when I'm the champion. That don't make any sense. Devin offered Shakur 25% to fight because Shakur was the challenger. In this situation, if you come to 144 to fight for my belt, because it would be for my belt, as we previously explained, because you don't have to be at 146.9, it could be 144 for the 147 belt. You are the challenger. You don't offer
And
the champion.
also,
You don't offer the champion 30%.
if you went to purse bid, you would have got 25% anyway. So what are you talking about? You're my mandatory, cool. Let's let this fight go to purse bid. Guess what you get? 25%. So what are you talking about, bro? Don't take the fight then. We're relinquish you. If the fight's ordered, guess what you get? 25%. So it don't make a difference, bro. You would have still got the same 25% I'm offering you right now.
If Devin fights Keyshawn next, guess what Keyshawn gets?
25% or
25%.
Yeah, 25%.
The same 25%. Who moves up 2 weight class? You think Crawford could offer Canelo 30% to fight him for 168 for all his belts? I'm the challenger. I'm Crawford. I'm coming up with 2 weight classes. Tank's coming up 2 weight classes after a long layoff, after a loss, and you want to offer me 30%, but I'm the champion. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Show me an example of where someone's done that. Man, I'm just chatting, blood. Devin became undisputed after fighting an Aussie brother, and Devin posted a video celebrating after Tio's loss to George because he knew the Aussie brother was an easy fight, and you man still glazing. Well, if the Aussie brother was an easy fight, then why didn't Tio beat him? Why did Tio lose then? If it's an easy fight, man, just saying things that don't make sense, bro. Like, it just don't make sense, bro. You man don't like Devin, and that's fine. Do you know what I'm saying? But just make it make sense. If you want to say you don't like Devin because you find his style boring, he's too negative, bro, that's cool, bro. But you man are just making up nonsense, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Ben ain't ready for these fights at all. He needed to keep building himself up more. So Tank shouldn't go after pound for pound, after a pound for pound fighter, in Dev, and should fight Roach instead.
Yes, because he's the same. Yes, bro. Wait, that's a dumb question. You literally just drew to this dude. You have to fight. For me, I'm vexed that Devin ain't fighting Ryan.
Crawford went for the pound for pound fighter after he had unified and become undisputed in different weight classes. Do you know what I'm saying?
He's never been unified once.
He's never been a unified champion. Do you know what I mean? You're doing the side quests before doing the main quests. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what it is, blood. So yes. There are fights that excite me more. There are fights that excite me more than some world title unifications, but I still have to see the world title unifications, and I have to see people fight their mandatories. I disagreed with Shane, where Shane wants to see, I think it was Devin and Shakur. I want to see Devin fight Keyshawn because that's his mandatory. I'm consistent. These are the rules of boxing. You're a world champion at 147. You have a mandatory, fight your mandatory. 25%, it is what it is. You don't want to, it doesn't generate you the most money, then relinquish the belt then. But we let Canelo do this for years. Canelo left the division and had the belts on hold and came back.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Where was the energy? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. You man are letting your world champion of one belt. That belt should be Roach's anyway, because you lost. Because you took the knee and they allowed him to take the knee for some reason. Then you man allowed him to go and fight Jake Paul, a fight that I said is never going to happen. I said it the day it was announced.
And he didn't fight his mandatory in Schofield neither. Schofield's there waiting for the fight.
Shakur said, drop them belts and the fight can happen. Why would you... Who tells the world... Show me an example of anyone else in the world right now telling a world champion boxer to drop their belt and come down a weight class to fight them. Show me an example of someone saying that. What are you talking about? F-Tank, I want to see Keyshawn versus Haney. 100%. That's what I want to see.
I want to see Haney versus Ryan.
Devin agreed to a 70-30 revenue split and rematch clause in Australia to secure his undisputed title bout but Devin can't do it with Tank. Come on, guys.
Are you
What?
not dumb?
What are you talking
No,
about?
no. You're drunk. You're drunk. You're actually drunk. I actually
What
think
are you
crack should be
talking
actually one of.
about? What are you talking about?
You've literally just said a wild statement there, bro. You've literally just
What are
said
you
the
talking about?
wildest statement I've ever seen in my life. Ever, bro. This might be the worst comment I've ever seen on this channel.
Click
This
this.
comment here
Click
might be the
this.
worst comment I've ever
Click
seen on this
this.
channel.
Yes, Devin agreed the 70-30 split because he took the lower split because he was challenging challenging Cambosis for Cambosis's belt.
And he was
Using
gonna
this
become
using
undisputed.
using this exact logic, Tank should take the 30% because he would be taking Devin's belt. And once he takes Devin's belt, he can then command the bigger money. What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about here? Devin isn't going after Tank's belt. Tank is going after Devin's belt. Do you see the difference? Devin's not going to 135. If Devin was going to 135 to fight Tank for his belt, which he no longer even fucking has, but if he was, then what you're saying would make sense. Take the lower weight, take the lower money, build yourself up, build your name off a big star, etc. That would make sense. Tank's coming for his. Tank's the challenger. Devin's the champion.
Yeah, that's a dumb statement. Still,
Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? He only made 15 million because Turkey overpaid, which he ain't willing to
That's
do
true.
unless he fights Ryan. That's true. But guess what? He made it. So this is just what it is. The money's in the bank. Then Black Americans show out for their boxers. They will definitely show out heavy and support the fighter heavy. Okay? Say no more.
That's not true.
No,
That's
just
not
leave it.
true.
Just
That's
leave
not
him. No,
true.
it's fine. It's fine. Leave him. It's
No,
okay.
wait.
Fine.
I just want to ask you a question. How many fights have you seen in America with two black mega stars? I know I have. I know I have. I know I have. I don't know how much fights you've seen. I know I have. I've been to Vegas. I've been to New York. I've been all over the states. But I'm telling you, Mexican fans generate way more money. And if you don't believe me, I'll bet you any money and we can put it to the test. We can test it right now. Mexican fans generate way more money for their fighters than black fans do. It's not even a debate, bro. It's not even a debate.
Tank and Shakur is one of the biggest fights in boxing factually. I think you man are overestimating Ryan Devin rematch. No one cares to see that again. Bro, you're talking to yourself. We want you, man. Were just you moved the goalposts. We were arguing. I was arguing. I want to see Tank fight Shakur. Why am I listening to Tank call out Devin when you're not fighting Shakur? You, man, were making the point that Devin should accept the fight from Tank. Now you're saying Tank and Shakur is the biggest fight. Cool. Then talk to your guys and get them to fight.
And
I'm in agree.
and Rant, the reason why that just doesn't, I can't agree with that is because out of all four of those fighters that you just mentioned, Ryan has the biggest fan base. So I don't know how the fighter with the guy with the biggest fan base isn't the biggest fight. I don't understand that. I don't
I'm not mad
understand
at
that.
that. I'm not mad at that because the Tank and Shakur fight has been building a lot of needle for a long time, and in this time, Shakur's gone on to be a star. Not quite a superstar, but he's close to being a star. So I'm not mad at the idea that maybe Tank and Shakur does
If
bigger. Maybe. But the point is, you lot were just arguing that Devin should accept the fight from Tank. But if you really believe that Tank and Shakur is the biggest fight in boxing, why are you talking about Devin at all? Just talk about Tank and Shakur. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah, go on.
Around the world said Ryan doesn't have no fan base at all and doesn't sell tickets. That's why Ryan needs black fighters to sell. Okay. Ryan Devin rematch is only happening because of the failed drug test. People don't want to watch that. Most people already have Ryan winning again. Well, it'll be a big upset if he
Okay.
doesn't. Also, guys, I'm talking from an American perspective. In the States, Tank and Shakur are more popular than Devin in the culture. The
I
culture
agree
don't
with
pay the
that.
bill. The culture don't pay the bills. So we're talking about what pays the bills. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
I
it's just
agree with that.
it is what it
I
is.
agree with that. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's fine.
that
Canelo does numbers when he's in a big fight. Canelo versus Skull didn't do numbers.
that was in Saudi. What are you talking about? Like,
But
bro,
Canelo probably got paid more to fight Skull than these men get paid to fight big fights because he's Canelo.
bro, if we want to do Canelo numbers, bro, you're gonna lose this, bro. I promise you. If you want to do Canelo numbers, you're gonna lose, bro. Don't go down this road, bro. Because Canelo's numbers are ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Floyd in the last 15 years, only Floyd can chat to Canelo, bro. Only
Yeah.
Floyd.
I don't think 2 is bigger than 1. We don't need to see that fight again, just like we didn't need to see Eubank versus Ben 2. It's a
Now
different situation, though.
that's
It's a
just
totally
not
different
true.
situation. It's just
That's
totally
just
different
not
situation.
true.
In fact, that's a bad argument because in Eubank Ben 2, a different person won the fight.
But it's just not true because, in my opinion, if we're looking at Devin versus Ryan, I mean, let's remove belts, even though the fact that it's a unification, but there is still genuine needle between the two fighters, and Ryan has a massive fan base. We can't act like Ryan's, bro. I don't understand how people are acting like Ryan's fan base isn't big, bro. Like Ryan has a massive fan base, bro. Like Ryan's still generating more money than Shakur right now. It's not even close, bro. Ryan generated more money fighting Barrios than Shakur fought generating when he fought Teo. That's a statistical fact. The fight generated in terms of actual sales generated more money, bro. In terms of everything. This is a bigger fight. Ryan Garcia is a bigger name than Shakur is. I even know we're debating this. It's not even a debate. Ryan is a massive name. I don't rate Ryan. I don't like Ryan. He's one of the people that I hate the most in boxing. But I'm not gonna act like he ain't a big name, bro. He's a massive name, bro.
No Layers said, no Layers just don't listen. He said Dev would have to vacate to fight Tank. We already explained why he wouldn't have to vacate. We
No,
already
you
said
he would have to because Keyshawn's is mandatory, isn't it?
Tank never said nothing about no belt. He said, let's fight at 144. No rehydration. You're making assumptions. I am making
He
assumptions,
would
but I'm
have
making
to.
no, but I'm making assumptions based off of this is the difference. I'm making assumptions based off of what I've seen from someone's character. I've never seen Devin vacate a belt to go fight someone that doesn't have a belt to offer. I personally have not seen that before. You man make assumptions about your favorite fighters, and I really can't tell you where that assumption even comes from. I've like just you lot don't seem to like process somebody's character when you're watching boxing. I'm looking at Tank's character. Based on his character, after he drew against Roach, I said he will not accept the rematch. I was right. When it was announced he was going to fight Jake Paul, I said, based on his character, he's probably going to end up getting arrested and never fight Jake Paul. He might even get arrested on purpose to get out of the fight. That's exactly what happened. So I don't understand I'm making an assumption, but I'm making an educated assumption. You man are making uneducated assumptions. You man are just guessing wildly in the wind. Do you know what I'm saying? And Guerrero is getting the work put on him at the moment in this fight. Money fights are bigger than fights for belts. Depends who you are. Depends who you are.
Not for
Depends what
me.
you're asking.
Not for me. I don't
Yeah.
earn this money, so I only care about Shane. I
Yeah.
don't care. I only care about Shane. So how much a fighter makes doesn't actually benefit me. I'm in the Shane business. If you were to ask me what the best fight is in boxing, I actually think Shakur and Tank is a better fight than Ryan and Devin. It's a
When we're
better fight.
building our pound for pound list, or if boxing finished today, the people that are at the top of the division, the people that we remember as the pound for pound guys, the Usyks, the Crawfords, the Inues, it's not based on the money they got in the bank. It's all based on what they've accomplished in the sport.
Facts.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Shakur
So
and Tank is a better fight. But no one's debating that. It's a way better fight. It's a
yeah,
significantly better fight. You lot were
that's the
talking
fight
about
I
paper.
want to see. You lot are talking about Tank skipping 140 and going to 144 to fight Devin. Do you know what I'm saying? Ryan and Devin are both champions at 147, and Ryan cheated against Devin, so there is a reason for them to fight. Facts. It's not complicated. Even if you don't personally want to see it, that's fine. I understand that the style of the fight is not as going to be as exciting as some other fights, 100%. But there is a narrative behind the fight, 100%. Tank is not going after Devin's belt. If Devin don't fight Key, then he probably going to have to relinquish the
Yeah,
title. That
facts.
means he's not. But knowing Devin and having watched his entire professional career, then he's never acted this way. He's never vacated his belt to go and fight someone for no belt. So when he doesn't do it this time, you can't call him a duck because he's never done it before. If he previously vacated his belts for big fights, then
And
you could
even
say,
a
well,
lose because if he fights Tank, he's ducking Keyshawn. If he fights Keyshawn, he's ducking Tank. For a guy that don't generate money, it seems like he's got quite a lot of options on the table at the moment. If Tank don't fight Devin, who does Tank fight? If Shakur don't fight Devin, who does Shakur fight?
yeah,
If Keyshawn don't fight Devin, who does he fight? But
Yeah.
but Devin's got one bag of options on the table. It seems like the guy who doesn't generate no money and it is a duck has the most options. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. Remember, he's got no fan base, so I don't understand why he's the one with the most options. No, he does. I think he does. I think he does. I think he does. But Ryan and Tank are debatable. Ryan and Shakur is not debatable, bro. It's not even a debate.
Shane, the majority of Ryan's fans are not boxing fans. They are Ryan fans. That ain't the same thing at all. But it
But
is.
it is because they're still
If we
gonna pay.
yeah, if we're talking about people that are going to
Majority
pay
of
for
Anthony
tickets,
Joshua fans aren't boxing fans. Majority of Tyson Fury's fans aren't boxing fans.
the majority of Mike Tyson's fans were not boxing fans.
Literally, like what you just said actually proves me more even right, because those are the people who are gonna pay. Like
Ryan is closer to an influencer than boxer in terms of his fan base. Facts.
right,
No one's
you're
arguing it.
100%
Yeah,
right. An
yeah, we
influencer
agree. Yeah,
make bank, bro.
don't matter. Do you think when the money goes into his account, he has a separate account for pure boxing money and a separate account for TikTok money? No, there's just one bank account. If I get paid 50 million for a fight, it's 50 million. Floyd don't separate his money from who. Well, he ain't got no money now, but he don't separate his money from who paid to watch me win versus who paid to watch me lose. It's just who paid. You all paid, and it all went into one bank account. Do you know what I'm saying? Ryan is not that big of a star. You're going to struggle to name 5 stars in boxing bigger than Ryan Garcia.
One of them definitely ain't Shakur.
Yeah,
Definitely ain't
100%.
Shakur.
100%.
And it definitely ain't Ryan neither. I mean, Devin.
Shane, was there anybody you met as a reporter that left you actually starstruck?
Never. But there was a few people that I've met where I'm like, raw. Like I was probably Tommy Hearns was probably the one I was like, Tommy Hearns, Holyfield.
Who did you send me a picture of with? You were with someone. You sent me a picture. I think that might have been Tommy Hearns. I think it was Tommy.
Hearns,
You and your cousin,
Holyfield, Holyfield, Roy Jones Jr. I mean, it's difficult because the first show I ever worked on had Leonard Ellaby there. He was actually promoting the show. The first show I ever worked on, Leonard Ellaby was promoting the show, and I'm like, I pray Floyd turns up, because like that would be mad. Like that, growing up, Floyd was the pinnacle for me. So if I had seen Floyd, maybe I would have been starstruck a little bit. But anybody who knows me, when I'm in those scenarios, that's when my social skills come out. Like I love being in those situations.
I hear it. As a novice, I couldn't help but notice during the last watch along that Ennis's punches were hard and fast. Is he a knockout artist?
Yeah.
The thing is with Ennis, he's a knockout artist, but he can box. And typically, when you call someone a knockout artist in boxing circles, people used to take that as this guy's not a great boxer, but he's a very, very, very good. I would say probably even great boxer. Do you guys think Xander Zayas quit? We covered this on this week's podcast. Xander Zayas definitely did not quit. 100%.
No, he definitely quit.
You say he quit?
Well, it's difficult to say. If
He
he
didn't
was
quit.
nodding into his corner for them to throw in a towel, then he quit. But if he's just nodding, like acknowledging that they threw in the towel, then he didn't.
No, I saw it from a different angle. They threw in the towel first, and he kind of said, "Okay,
Okay, cool." Then they didn't
yeah."
quit.
He didn't quit. But yeah, I think you get knocked down 3 times in 7 rounds, including in the first round, and you keep getting up and hurting him and fighting back. I don't think I can call that
I
quit.
can't wait to see what Shane will say when Devin loses to Ryan. Bro, I would say he lost. Like I'm not emotionally attached to it like that. Honestly, I'm not.
Around the world said they were giving away free tickets for Ryan versus Barrios.
I didn't actually know that, but fair enough.
Alleged, but I mean, where are you getting that information from?
He might be right. I don't know.
Yes, ask him. Okay, but if I've made 1.4 million pay-per-view when I fought Ryan, and you made 300 to 500K when you fought the same guy, and you guys had a history in the amateurs, take the 25%. That's not how it works.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That doesn't make any sense.
Any sense whatsoever.
Mr. Aki, I'm genuinely asking.
In actual fact, that would actually support my point of why I'm not taking 25%. Because if I fought the same guy you fought, and you're saying you're the draw, and I made 30 M's to fight Ryan, and when I fought Ryan, it was less. So when I fight you, I'm definitely not gonna want to earn less because you're supposed to be a bigger name. Why? Would you take less money to fight Canelo than fight Golovkin? That doesn't make sense. If Tank is a bigger name than Ryan, which your point is obviously saying, then why would Devin take less money to fight Tank than fight Ryan? That doesn't make sense. That literally makes no sense. Tank's the bigger name, so I'm gonna take less money against Tank than I did against Ryan. That doesn't make sense. Ryan is a big. If that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That Nick, will you charge me more money to be on OnlyFacts Sports than you will charge Sky Sports to be on Sky Sports?
No.
Because Sky Sports generate more money. So
Mm.
why the hell would I take less money against a person who generates more money? That doesn't make sense. That literally makes no sense. Go on.
I want to know what some of these men do
But
for
I
a
actually
living.
think, yeah, I actually think you lot are letting you lot's hatred for, because the truth is, as I said, if you
Lads,
wanted to criticize Devin for not taking the role he fight, I would hear it. But no one has that strength for that, and that's
the thing
actually
is,
worthy
let's
of
be
take.
real. Let's be real. We can criticize Devin for not taking the Rolly fight. We can even criticize Devin for not going straight into a rematch
With
against
Ryan.
Garcia. We could criticize Devin for suing Garcia instead of getting it back in blood. That's all that is fine. But we can also criticize Tank for never unifying. We can criticize Tank for never fighting his mandatories. We can criticize Tank for ducking the Lamont Roach rematch and going and fighting Jake Paul, which he never actually did. We could criticize Shakur for winning a world title at every weight class and never unifying and rarely defending them and jumping up another weight class. We
Yeah,
could
he
criticize,
unified with Valdez, but that was
I
what,
said
that was
rarely.
30.
You said rarely unifying and rarely defending and immediately jumping up another weight class. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially when he knows that there's a physical limit. He ain't no Crawford going up to 168. There's a physical limit to where he can go. And actually at this point he's maxed out and he's got what he feels are probably most of his big pay-per-views, and now he's chasing the Devons and the Tanks to get those other pay-per-views. You can criticize everybody,
You
but
man hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
you
That's
man's
what man need to
criticism
do.
seems to just
Subscribe to
be
the channel.
very, very one directional, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Peds aren't performance enhancing when it comes to Devin. If Boots pop dirty, would you still rate his win against Zayas? 100
No.
exactly. Exactly. Do you know what I'm saying? No, but he's not talking to us, he's talking to other people in the chat.
Oh,
Do you know what I
see,
mean?
go
Man
on.
are calling Devin a bitch and all kind of stuff. Bro, what are we doing? Just because you don't like him. Name a Mexican versus Mexican fight that did bigger numbers than both Tyson and Holyfield, since Mexican fans are the only big spenders in boxing.
I'm so glad you brought up a fight from the 90s still. I'm so glad you brought up a fight from the 90s still. That just proves me, that kind of proves my point more than anything. That literally just proves my point. And the reason why you're so dumb is because if Devin fought Ryan, it's not Mexican versus Mexican, you idiot. So you're actually dumb. But what I will do is I'll name you a fight that generated more money with a Mexican and black, and that was Canelo versus flipping Floyd, or Canelo or Floyd versus Oscar. But like, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Like,
He's
bro, are
trying
you
to
dumb?
say, a few people are trying to say that, do you know what it is? You got to remember, Americans are very sensitive. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not the brightest people and they're very sensitive. So they're latching on to you saying that Mexicans support their own more than black people support their fighters, and saying, well, what they're gonna do is say, well, look at Floyd, look how much money he made. But Floyd was such a big megastar that all his fans are not necessarily black people.
And
So
Floyd used Mexican fans, bro. What are you talking about? He literally fought and singled them out all the time, bro. He turned May into Mayweather for bro. You know, but I don't actually think you guys actually watch boxing, bro. I actually think you guys are forgetting who you're talking to, bro. When it comes to Floyd, I don't think there's a person on this planet that can chat to me about Floyd's career, bro. Bro, go to another channel. Cause I tell you this for free, bro. I used to watch Floyd. Bro, there's no fight. I probably know Floyd's career more than Floyd's dad, bro. I'll tell you the truth, bro. I used to watch this dude. There was no shoot, bro. I was borderline obsessed with this dude, bro. Like flipping Jesus, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. So trust me when I tell you, Floyd used Mexican fans to sell. Trust me, bro. I'm telling you that for free. Floyd's biggest criticisms, and bro, I could tell you this for free. Floyd's biggest criticisms when he was fighting was that he did not fight black fighters. And I remember he done an interview and he was like, the reason, and this was when he was fighting at 35 or 40. And he's like, the reason why I don't really fight black fighters, because black fighters don't sell. He said that himself, bro. He said that. Floyd said that, bro. Floyd said that. I remember, I don't know if it was when he was supposed to be fighting Danny Williams or something. I can't remember who was fighting.
I said Danny Williams.
Bro, when he was at 40 or 47, I remember him saying that black fighters don't sell. I remember him saying that. And if anyone's a big enough Floyd fan, you would remember when he said that. Go on.
Nick, as a certified gallus, how you picking up? How has picking up girls changed over the years, in your opinion? A lot of manifestos now, blood. So it's a lot easier, bro.
Bro, the
Real.
most important thing when it comes to anything to do with girls, I'll give you some advice. It's the biggest advice I can tell you. It's all about hope, bro. As long as you can make a girl believe that tomorrow is better than today, they will never leave you, bro. That's all you need to do. If you
A lot
got
of man, a lot of man, a lot of man don't move to gal in real life now. So if you're in a club, do you know what I'm saying? It's easier now.
bro, just make it. As long as the girl believes that tomorrow is better than today, bro. She's convinced that, and she has hope that tomorrow is better than today. She will stay with you forever, bro.
If Ryan is such a big star, why ain't Netflix knocking on his door for the Conor Ben fight? Well,
Because
they
he's
can't
signed to
because
Oscar.
but also the Conor Ben fight would have to be on Zuffa, and Zuffa have a deal with
Deal with
Paramount,
Paramount.
so they can't. So you're trying to illustrate a point without knowing all the details of the point. Do you know what I'm saying? It cannot be done. Do you know what
Well,
I'm
Ryan
saying?
and Oscar has literally done a clapback this week saying that fight can't happen without him, and he's exclusively with the Zone. Ryan has 2 fights left with the Zone, so that again, bro. You should actually do your research before you actually speak. Still,
The Fury fight did 5 million viewers on Netflix, while Crawford versus Canelo did 47 million.
okay.
Okay.
I don't know what that was supposed to say there, but go on.
How is Tank skipping 140 when he's been a world WBC world champion at 140 before? He was
No, he wasn't.
WBC.
No, wait,
But
wait, 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 wait.
well,
Mr. Aki, 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 pause. You are objectively wrong because he's never been a world champion at 140. He was a WBA regular world champion when he fought Barrios, and Josh Taylor was undisputed. So you are wrong. That's an objectively incorrect statement. That's
not just
incorrect.
that,
That's
not just
wrong.
that, not just that. He fought Mario Barrios in, I believe, 2020 or 2021. It is currently 2026. He's had one fight at 140, which, as Shane said, was for the regular belt, not the full world title. So you don't know what you're talking about. But he had one fight at 140 where he beat Barrios. He then went back down to 135 and continued to fight at 135 for the next 5 years. I know you guys in America are special needs, a lot of you. 2026 minus 2021 is 5. That's 5 years. In that 5 years, he then wants to jump right now from 135 to 144 to fight Devin Haney. That would be skipping, currently as it stands today, skipping 140 pounds.
Not
Is
to
anyone
mention,
is
not to
anyone in the
mention, when
chat
he was at
confused about?
140, there was a whole different landscape of fighters. So he's skipping everybody at 40. Everyone. Raw Tiger just called out Haney as well. Raw, it looks like the guy who doesn't sell and doesn't have a big name is everybody's calling out Haney.
But
Hitchison,
no layers, but
Teofimo Lopez,
no layers
everybody.
just said no layers just said the Haney's put their nose in everybody's business in everything. So now they are trapped between Shakur and Keyshawn. They're not trapped between Shakur and Keyshawn. Keyshawn's is mandatory and he'll fight Shakur afterwards.
Or no, he won't fight Shakur. Shakur won't fight. Shakur won't fight Devin. I'll tell you that for free, bro. Shakur won't fight Devin. That's one thing I can almost guarantee Shakur won't fight Devin, bro. Shakur is asking Devin to relinquish his belt because he knows Devin don't relinquish belts. That's like you asking me, Nick, that's like me. If Nick, you imagine you got a girl at home, yeah, and I say, Nick, when can I clout your girl? And you say to me, when you clout a man. Well, then you obviously know that I can never do it, then, innit? Because you know that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, facts. Unfortunately for Tank, these guys have kept on going whilst he is getting bagged for nonsense. He will soon realize that they don't need him anymore. Bro, it's not even that's now. Boxing's moved on, bro. Tank's an exciting fighter. He's an exciting character to somebody. If you're ghetto and you got a low IQ and you like that sort of thing, he's exciting to you. But the boxing world has moved on. Tank will come back and sell and make some money and stuff. Don't get me wrong. But there was a time where Shakur couldn't quite build his name because it's like, bro, you ain't seen Tank yet. But that's not the narrative anymore. The world's moved on, bro. The world's moved on, and you're
There
still
was a
somebody.
time where Tank was a favorite against nearly every single fight he went in the ring with. I can guarantee if Tank goes in the ring with Shakur right now, Shakur is the overwhelming favorite.
Yep,
Overwhelming favorite.
yep,
And rightly so as well, because Shakur will
yep.
probably beat Tank right now.
He has more options because we've seen him on the floor 6 times in one fight. Wouldn't you want to see a man after seeing him get dropped
Regardless, he has more
by
options. That was
out-shaped
my
boxer?
point. That's my point. But what? See the fact. You see, Mr. Aki, I realize you're an idiot because you literally just you said a statement that was factually incorrect, and instead of admitting that you were wrong, you just decided to move on to another point. This is what people do when they're wrong often. They just find another thing to type.
Every time we do a live stream, we find someone. We have a fatherless of the stream award, blood. And at the moment, Mr. Aki's several furlongs in front to win that award, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? Several furlongs, blood. You know, like that. No, but you're contradicting yourself, Shane. You said no one will remember your bank account when you're retired.
I never said that. I actually never said that. I'm talking. I said I'm in the Shane business, so I just care about great fights. I don't care about. I don't. I never actually said that. You're gonna have to go back to the point in the fight when I said that.
Devin has the most options, but he's an easy target. Regardless of what we think, nobody's calling out Tank, Shakur, or Keyshawn, but everybody's calling out Devin. Yeah, but Devin's name, beating Devin, is would still probably be, or maybe Shakur. It's between Devin and Shakur for winning being the most impressive feat at this point. Do you know what I mean? Shakur, we've just seen Shakur, not Shakur, we've just seen Tank, not even just because it was like over a year ago. We've seen Tank draw we saw
Bro,
Devin get knocked down by somebody that came in overweight and on drugs. Wherever you want to get into PEDs and all the rest of it, I don't know. I'm from the era where PEDs are PEDs. Do you know what I'm saying? Banned substances are banned substances, and there's a black mark against your name. Fair enough. We're in the social media era. We've got people like Mr. Aki that's new to boxing, so fair enough. So that's not the thing anymore. But we saw Devin get dropped by somebody who came in overweight. Cool. We saw Tank take a knee against a world champion from the division below him. Didn't fight his mandatory. Called up a champion. That's like Devin calling up Gary Anton Russell Jr. right now, and then taking a knee, and then not fighting him for the rematch and going to fight Dean the Great on Misfits. Could you actually imagine how you man would be responding if that was the case?
literally.
It's wild, bro. It's like you man are ignoring that he drew to somebody that was smaller than him and came up in weight and had him in all types of problems. And he lost and he robbed the decision. So that's just what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? If Ryan is a big star, then why are American television networks not in the boxing business? Bro, we've already discussed this, bro. He's got a deal with somebody, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? He's in a deal with DAZN through Oscar. You man need to understand how the business of boxing works, bro. These men
Well,
are
you
not
man
free
literally just
agents.
saw Oscar done to Virgil. Virgil's begging for freedom papers
I
right
was going to
now,
say,
blood.
it brings me to another point, though, Shane. I said, these men are not free agents, but of all of these men, only one of them is a free agent.
No, Shakur's a free agent as well.
Only Shakur and Devin are free agents.
Well, I have to question how free Shakur is because he's under that J Prince, Abdullah
This is
Mason.
what I'm saying. So, in terms of people coming and pushing for the Devin fight, a lot of people know they're going to make more money. Not necessarily because Devin's tougher, not because Devin's a bigger draw, not because I'm not saying any of that, but because Devin's run his business the best way. So,
That's just facts as well. That's just a fact
if
as well.
any of these fights do 100 million in revenue, any of these fights, any permutation of any of these names, you as the opponent have access to a higher amount of cash if you fight Devin because of the nature of how Devin's done his business. In your amateur career, did you ever get to a point in a bout where the ref is counting in your face? Oh no,
No,
no.
he was actually an amateur. He was going on to good things until
Until I went on to bad things, blood. You know, like that. So
literally.
that's just what it is. Zayas did not quit. He looked over at his corner,
Fair
saw the
enough.
towel,
I
and
didn't see
accepted their
that angle,
decision.
but you're Nick verified what you said. I didn't know that, so.
We're going to skip some of these comments as well. We're like 10 minutes behind in the comments, but you know what I mean? We're coming up to Bruce
Bruce
Carrington as
Carrington.
well.
We're gonna start talking about Carrington in a second because
Yeah.
this is not a Devin Haney stream.
These men, bro, for someone that Devin Haney, you man think he's a punk, he's a bitch, he's not a big star, he's easily beatable. But you man talk about this guy all day, bro. As soon as Devin's name comes up, yeah, it's just impossible to stop talking about him, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Considering PEDs are illegal, why wasn't Ryan Garcia taken to criminal court for assault and battery?
Let's not be.
Because Devin tried to, and all these airheads in the chat were like, he's a pussy and he's a bitch and all the rest of it. I know if I punch 90% of these men in the face, they're pressing charges before they fight me, blood. That's just a fact. So that's just what it is, blood. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, they ain't getting it back in blood. Let's put
And
it.
if any of you don't see me in the street face to face, you're welcome to test that out, blood. Shane, name 5 fighters bigger than Garcia: Canelo, AJ, Fury, Usyk, and Benavidez.
Fury was given away. Fury's about
You
to
think
fight in
you
for
think
Tyson
Tyson Fury's next fight is in Thailand behind
with
closed doors with
with
no
no
broadcaster,
broadcaster
and
and
you
no and
think that
two
wait no
thousand fans.
no not 2,000 fans, not 2,000. It's not on the open market with 2,000 random people. We don't know who these people are. We don't know their fans. You think that Tyson Fury is a bigger star in boxing than Ryan Garcia? When Ryan Garcia is a world champion and is with one of the biggest promotional companies and has one of the biggest social media followings, and Tyson Fury is fighting in Thailand with no broadcaster. That Tyson Fury fight, we will never see what happens between him
Uh,
and Marius.
the,
He could
the,
actually
the,
get
the,
knocked out cold in the first round, and they could tell us he looked amazing. We'll never
the,
know.
the, the
And you
truth
think that
is
he's a
with
bro?
Benavidez, it's very difficult to gauge with Benavidez because I actually think he's a superstar as well. But what he's been doing recently, he's been doing the ring shows. Ring don't publish their numbers, so I don't know how well he's been doing. That's the only thing. But he could be though.
Shane, you said that Haney didn't relinquish his belts after he literally dropped his at 135 and 140.
No, I didn't say he didn't relinquish his belts. When did I say he didn't relinquish? Of course he relinquished. When did I say he didn't relinquish his belt? I said he didn't relinquish his belt to not fight another champion. When he relinquished his belt at 35, he fought Regis at 40. When he relinquished his belt at 40, he moved up to 47 and he tried to fight Ryan. That didn't happen. Ryan lost. And then he fought Brian Norman Jr., who's a world champion at 47. I say he doesn't relinquish his belt and not fight for another belt. Why would he if he fights Tank, it wouldn't be for another belt. If he fights Shakur, it wouldn't be for another belt. He don't relinquish his title for not another belt. That's what I'm saying. If I didn't actually add context, I apologize.
Mr. AB, last not last comment, but really weird question. What level is the footballing equivalent of Keith Thurman all time? Is he Gareth Bale? He's definitely not
Nah,
Gareth Bale.
definitely not Gareth
He's
Bale.
definitely not Gareth Bale, blood. He
I,
might
I,
be Dimitri Payet or someone.
No, 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 no. Because he was a world class player. He was a world class fighter. I would probably say he is like who's a football player who was world class for a couple of seasons, but they just
Robinho.
Adriano or Robinho, one of them two.
Adriano is a great shout, especially with his boxing style. Adriano might
Yeah,
be,
probably Adriano.
yeah. He had his moment in the sun, but
Yeah,
it was a very
and
short
we
lived.
fought big things as well. We fought big things, but
Yeah, facts. Um, he said he don't relinquish his belt. I can find the clip. That it don't matter because he's already clarified what he meant. So if you want to find the clip and spend your Saturday evening doing that, then that's up to you. Wait, the Fury fight does not have a broadcaster. See, this is what I'm saying. Man don't know these things. Man are just coming to the stream and just have their ears closed, their ears blocked, and their eyes closed, and they just chat. They just type on the click post a comment and just start typing randomly, or let their cat walk all over the fucking keyboard and then press enter. Because man don't know what they're talking about, bro. Pato's another one, blood. Do you know what I'm
But I
saying?
don't think Pato was world class. He was a world class. He was a talent, but I don't know if he actually made it to the world level.
He did at AC Milan.
But okay,
Did
maybe.
Pato win the Champions League? He was world class, bro.
I don't think he won champ. Did he? Was he? He was in the 2017 that won champs. I don't think so. Still,
No,
that
not
was
2017.
2007.
Oh no, he didn't.
2007.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't. He didn't.
Because I remember they had Sadov, Kaka. They had Shevchenko. Trying to remember who they would have had up front. It would have been Shevchenko. No, I don't think so.
Where did boxing start, and who brought it to places like Philippines and Cuba?
Um, I'm in the middle of writing a book about something like this, so I can't. In short, boxing is one of the most primal sports. So, in terms of where did boxing start, I mean, it's probably the oldest sport that's ever existed. Boxing and flipping running. You know what I'm saying? Like
From gladiator
running,
times, isn't it?
you know what I'm saying? But how it would have got to culturally, how it would have got to places like Philippines and Cuba, that would actually be quite recent, probably within the last like within the last 100 years, definitely. In terms of this variation, Queensberry rules, it would have been within the last 100 years, definitely.
How much do you credit the UK and England for the development of the current state of boxing?
Um, I credit it entirely because what the Queensberry rules done, not so much Queensberry rules, but mainly America, because Queensberry rules was big in England, but what happened was the commercialization of the power force of America was even more. It was really big. That's why you say to make it, you have to make it in America. So fighters really use the American model to generate money, and the only way to generate money was under the rules of Queensberry. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you would have had boxers fighting in Thailand and all of that, but they wouldn't have had the model that the American market had to generate that revenue. And it's always about revenue.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's talk about we've got the fight coming up with Shushu Carrington, probably one of the most underrated fighters in the world right now. Would you say for the
I would
casual
say
audience?
I wouldn't say he's underrated because I think Shushu Carrington is rated where he's supposed to be rated. I think Carrington is probably maybe 2 or 3. He's unfortunately gonna have to deal with the fact that he isn't um his outside of the ring antics isn't big. Like he's not a big character outside of the ring in terms of like what people like in America. People like the controversial characters. He's quite clean cut. I think when you look at his ability will always be more than his star power. Like Conor Ben's star power is more than his ability. He's the complete opposite. Like he's the reverse of a Conor Ben. So I think
That
he's
that
rated.
that 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 to me is underrated and underknown for their level of
I,
talent.
I, I
He's
would
not
I would say it's
he's not underrated in
underappreciated.
boxing fans, but he's underappreciated by the mainstream
Uh,
audience. Like if
I,
you're into boxing, he's someone you should be watching.
okay, what I would say he's undervalued, definitely, in terms of his value and what he actually brings to the sport. If you look at the tangibles, he's as good as anyone at that weight class, definitely. But I don't know if there's not enough narrative around because, as you know, it's about storytelling, right? There's not enough narrative around his career. I would love to see him versus Brandon Figueroa, for example. Black versus Mexico, but I don't ever see that fight happening. But no one's gonna push for that to happen because there's not enough interest in Bruce Carrington's career or
The
Brandon
reward
Figueroa's career.
the reward doesn't outweigh the risk. Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
the rule. No, but I just think when I look at the 126-pound division, I'm gonna go to No Layer's point. The biggest problem that 126 has is a lot of the fighters. A unification doesn't actually generate. Is that's your point? The reward doesn't match the risk. A lot of the fighters doesn't generate more money, even though they're unifying. So Carrington versus Brandon Figueroa, or let's say Rafael Espinoza versus um Shushu Carrington. Those two fights don't generate more money than this fight. Shushu Carrington's with top rank. Rafael Espinoza's with top rank. You would think that's the easy fight to make, but no one's calling for that fight because there's not enough attention behind neither of these fighters. So the truth is, for the next 2, 3, 4 years, for the next 2, 3, 4 fights, definitely, Shushu Carrington will be on the undercard unless he fights a new age. And that's just because there's just not enough attention around this weight class. And there's
Yeah.
really good fighters. As I said, Rafael Espinoza is probably one of the most entertaining fighters in the sport right now. Brandon Figueroa, the same. Um, Shushu Carrington, one of the most talented fighters. But you'll never hear people say, oh, I want to see Shushu Carrington versus
You got
Espinoza.
Brandon Figueroa as one of the most entertaining fighters in boxing.
His fighting style is definitely one of the more entertaining styles.
Okay.
I'm not personally entertained by that. But you know when they say, "Oh, you want to," people are
as
getting.
somebody who likes that style, I'm not having Brandon Figueroa as a top representative of that style.
I hear you, but when you go to 126 and you look at, you expect guys who are fast, you expect guys who are maybe technical, but you don't expect knockout punches. He's a guy who gets knockouts. He's a very action packed fighter. We criticize Devin and Shakur because they're not action packed. Well, Rafael Espinoza and Brandon Figueroa are very much action packed.
And I'm
And
having Espinoza over Figueroa for entertainment.
Espinoza is a real deal still.
Yeah.
Espinoza is the real deal. I love Rafael Espinoza is the real deal. He's a real good fighter. What he done to Robisi as well was mad.
Yeah. This ain't a unification fight for 2 points. Do you know what I mean? This is just a
Exactly.
fight that, yeah, the fight we expect him to
And
win.
it keeps the lights on. And Bruce Carrington's probably gonna have about 3 more fights. That's just gonna keep the lights on. Do you know what I'm saying? He
What's
should try and push.
what's the betting odds that Carrington calls out Devin Haney after he wins this fight?
Someone else is Shushu still signed to Top Rank. I think so. I mean, this is a Top Rank card, so I presume so.
Mm.
Why do fighters fall off the map so fast? It seems like Brandon Plant, Peter Dobson, and Frank Martin careers are over. I mean, Frank Martin's career is over because he struggled his last fight. What did we watch? And he struggled to beat that guy. What was it?
Who?
Albright? Was it Albright? He fought Albright before Keyshawn
Mm.
Martin. So he's just not been managed well. Pete Dobson
I don't think it was Albright. Maybe you're right.
um Brandon Plant. I don't know who Brandon Plant. Who are you? You mean Caleb Plant? Peter Dobson.
It was Albright. You're right. Yeah,
Peter
and it
Dobson
was
was
also
never
just it was
highly
just a,
touted.
yeah, yeah. It wasn't a very entertaining fight either. That fight
I don't know
styles.
who Brandon Plant is still, but Pete Dobson was never a highly touted fighter anyway.
How do you think that Nas would have done against the likes of Shushu and other top 130, 126s?
It'd have been entertaining. I think he'd have been entertaining. Nassim Hamed is an all-time great in any era of boxing.
Shushu is TR. What's that? He's been calling out
Top rank,
top
top rank,
rank.
top
Yeah,
rank.
he's been calling out a new way, but he ain't getting that fight. Yeah, nah.
Nah, and I knew he's not at 26. He should be calling out the other champions at 26. But he's very small at the weight class. Like Espinoza and Brandon Figueroa, them man are cutting off hair, them man are cutting off toenails, them man are cutting off everything to make 126 blood.
Cutting off baby mothers, everything.
Yeah, I know we were live for that fight. No lies. We were live for Albright versus Martin. That was on an undercard. I can't remember what undercard it was though.
Yeah,
I think it was a Benavides undercard. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I'll check actually.
I'm getting old and see now. One brother's wearing an Mbappe t-shirt right now.
I saw that. I was like, that's dope.
Would you? Would I collab with Showbiz the Adult? Bro, that guy's a pantomime character, bro. That guy's not. That guy is no substance, bro. That guy's
Was it Barrios?
Ryan, maybe.
Barrios Ryan.
Um,
Yeah. Reyes
yeah.
Ryan Garcia versus Barrios. Yeah.
Oh, seen, yeah. So that was co-promotion, Golden Boy and Top Rank. Golden Boy and PVC. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. You man on the channel, just subscribe to the channel.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't collaborate with Showbiz. No.
This is like how many people in the UK is watching Bruce Carrington versus Palacios right now? Not many. Do you know what I'm saying? This is the real boxing channel right now, bro.
We're into round 1, by the way, in this Carrington fight.
Only Fact Sports football's out right now. To be honest with you, you guys didn't like my opinions on immigration, so and Only Facts boxing will be live for on Friday, on Monday night as well for the weekly wrap up football show, and then we'll be live for next week's box. I don't even know who's fighting next week, but whoever's fighting will be live for that.
I don't think there's a fight next week. I think we've got a couple of weeks until we have the next big card.
There's like 3 fights in 1 week, isn't it? Like Tim Zoo, AJ. Apparently,
Yeah, so
pull up
I've
just to the
got
face off.
Friday. He's losing. I've told you. Friday the 24th, Fury is fighting Marius Vac fighting Vac, but as we now know, that's in the list, but that's not actually going to be live. Then on the Saturday, we've got Joshua versus Prenga and Spence versus Zoo on the same night, and then it's live on YouTube apparently. That fight's going to be on YouTube. All right, cool. We'll live
What kind
stream
of
that then.
foolishness is that?
And then on July the 26th, which is a Sunday, Belanga and Hitchens are both on a Zuffer card. So I'll probably go live for that.
Yeah, we go live for that as well.
And then we've got Rach versus Zapata on the 1st of August. So the back end of July is good, but nothing next week. But for right now,
Bruce Carrington is just so fundamentally sound. He's so fundamentally sound. Like for me, yeah, like he for me, and I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound mad wild, but he's the closest thing that I've seen to Floyd Mayweather when Floyd Mayweather was at 47. He's the closest thing I've seen to Floyd Mayweather. Like he
I
is
thought you were going to
so
say Crawford.
no, he's not Crawford at all. He's so fundamentally sound. Like he doesn't make any mistakes, bro. Like people used to say, Shakur's like Floyd, and I'm like, I don't actually see the similarities between Shakur and Floyd. I don't
No,
see the similarities at all. Shakur's a really
they
good
have
fighter,
one thing in common. They're both defensive minded, but other than
but
that,
they're
they're very different.
defensive in different ways.
Mm.
Shakur doesn't Shakur doesn't do what Floyd does defensively. Like
More
Floyd,
Arsenal. What are you talking about? Mason versus Bell live. It's on the is the channel it's on now. Mason versus Bell live is. What are you talking about? More Arsenal.
what was Stephen A. Smith's comments on basketball?
On white players in basketball. Bro.
No, I was basically saying, in fact, you like go watch Only Facts Football after this. I'm not going to explain it on this channel right now. But what I was saying about Bruce Carrington is he's way more patient in his in so when no one's doing anything and there's downtime in terms of action, Shakur Stevenson is still a moving fighter. Shakur Stevenson, I would say, is a way more. He's a defensive fighter, but Shakur Stevenson relies on so many moving components at the same time. So his feet will move, his head will move, his hands will move. Whereas if you look at Bruce Carrington, it's not that he doesn't do that at all. Floyd never used to do that neither. Floyd only really done that was when you were throwing flurries. Floyd was
Mm.
actually pretty straight on the line in his like when he's not fighting. Like Bruce
Mm.
Carrington isn't really doing anything right now. He's literally right there. But when you throw punches, that's when he defends. Whereas Shakur Stevenson's defending at like for a full 3 minutes of a round, he's defending. Even when
Yeah.
he's throwing punches, he's thinking about defending as well. Whereas
Yeah.
Carrington and Floyd, they have a very similar style where they only defend when they're under attack. When they're not under attack, they're almost just still. They have this lovely stillness to their fighting style, which I'm not saying one's better than the other, and I'm not discrediting Shakur. Shakur's a master defensive fighter. It's just he's not the same. He doesn't do the same things.
Yeah. For me, it's Carrington's feet, man. His feet are very, very quick. He doesn't use them as much because it's just difficult to put pressure on. But you're fighting someone that's this quick. He's not got like super technical great footwork. He's got good footwork, but his feet are so
Look at his
fast,
face though as well. Like he is so like he's got like
so
a
calm.
so he's you can tell he's thinking for a fight, but he's not getting bored. He's just comfortable with what he's doing. Such a
Mm.
solid fighter, bro.
Stephen A. Smith said you can't win at that sport with three black players as your most essential players, basically.
I never really spoke about players on the pitch. I more spoke about players in relation to how they are treated by their native countries.
Mm.
That's what I was mainly referring to.
Yeah. Oh, he said IC ones. Oh, you can't win with IC ones. That's not as bad. That's not as bad.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Some like I remember I remember talking to a guy named Robert Costa. He used to do like strength and
Great
conditioning
counter from Carrington.
for
Great counter.
Stephen Fulton and like Jerome Boots Ennis. And I remember him talking about like how fighters cut weight. And bruv, there's a science to it that bruv, you bro, the science to cutting weight ain't it's a
I
like
was talking
every
to you
man
about this
off
the
the
other
street.
day.
Huh?
Yeah, I was talking to you about this the other day, innit?
Yeah,
About the
a
actual
man off
science
the
of making
street
weight.
can't just do that, bro. You can't just come off the street and do it. There's a science to it. No, Shushu takes risks here, but I just more mean when he's not throwing, like just like when he's not throwing and no one's throwing and it's just a low pace fight and nothing's happening. Um, Shushu is very similar to Floyd, whereas Shakur Stevenson is almost a fighter who baits his opponents. He baits his opponents, whereas Floyd and Shushu they don't really do that. That's the word I was looking for. They try to. Shushu doesn't actively set traps. Floyd never actively set traps neither, whereas Shakur actively sets traps. So I guess in a way it works for Shakur because his understanding for distance is just so good. I actually think Shakur's understanding for distance is probably better than Floyd's. I know people might disagree with that, but his understanding for distance is probably better than Floyd's. But Floyd never really set traps. Floyd just relied a lot on his ability to see punches. So I guess that's probably why he was still most of the time.
Mm.
I think Shushu is more pretty boy than Money Mayweather. I mean, you can tell how he could easily go from one to the other because he definitely does put his punches together as well. And when he was putting his punches together, he was nice with it. Floyd Raheem Sterling would actually be more be more
Content.
content having played for Jamaica. No balloon driving, lol.
I noticed that heavyweights are the only fighters that fight with their hands down. Why is that? Well, first of all, heavyweights are not the only fighters that fight with their hands down. It's just that with other fighters, it's more of a style choice. Whereas in heavyweights, their hands and arms are so fucking heavy that, and they don't really have great stamina. So holding their
And
hands
you
up,
can't really say that because Tyson and Joe Frazier they fought with their hands up all day. So
yeah, and
that
they might be. There's one. They're both smaller heavyweights,
true,
and they
true.
are extremely fit for
Yeah,
their.
facts.
Do you know what I mean? We're talking about your average heavyweight. Do you know what I'm saying? Your Andy Ruiz, your fucking David
AJ.
Tua, do you know what I'm saying? That your John Ruiz is like these man, bro. When you start boxing, you will just feel that after 3 or 4 rounds, having your hands hit, they will just naturally begin to drop. Your hands will go from here to here. Roy Jones fought with his hands down, but Roy Jones is like a super elite fighter. But they
But
just
as you said,
start
that
to
goes
get,
back to style choices. You said, innit?
yeah, it's just your arms just get
That's a
fucking
great
heavy,
counter from Kyron.
extremely heavy. And they're normally just trying to take each other out of a big shot. Do you know what I mean? They ain't really setting up too much of jabs, not really a
Look
lot
at
of
that pivot
footwork.
out of the corner. Look at that
Mm.
pivot out of the corner. You're gonna see it in a second. Nick. That pivot out of the corner is just money. Shane, why does the timer always disappear at 10 seconds in every stream? Is it to make it riggable? It definitely isn't to make it riggable because that's more down to the actual like the broadcaster. That's actually nothing to do with like you have to
When you're at the
understand
boxing event, you have no idea what's happening on TV.
literally, and
So
the timer
if
is
the
still
broadcast cut
there.
out completely, you would never know. And that, though some of the new events like Boxer do this, which is actually quite a nice touch. I think some of the ring cards do it. But the 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 countdown is on the corner. So
Yeah,
there's the belt, there's the clap, and then it will flash up 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, ding. So like everyone in the audience would see if they were cheating it, basically.
yeah,
So
yeah. Roy Jones did fight with his hands. That was a style choice. Are there boxing?
specific
Uh,
shoes.
yeah. Are there boxing considering slipper?
Are there
Um,
boxing specific shoes considering slipping can actually be lethal? I don't know what you're struggling with in
no.
that.
You know what it is? I'm trying to answer the question. whilst thinking of scenarios of where like boxing shoes. That's what I'm not even reading the question wasn't the problem. I'm actually thinking of an answer. I've actually seen some wild shoes worn in the ring, bro. I don't
We've
think
seen people
anything,
go in with normal running trainers and stuff like that.
bro. What's his name? Fulton went in there with Timberlands, bro.
They were boxing shoes, though.
I know,
They were
but
boxing shoes in the style of Timberlands, but I'm saying we've seen people go into boxing matches with just like normal running shoes or
yeah, facts.
normal general fitness footwear. Do you know what I mean? It's not so we've seen people going with lifts in their shoes. It's not as it's one of the parts of boxing that's not quite so regulated.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm
facts.
saying? Because you could potentially get an advantage from just gaining half an inch or an inch in height or
Yeah,
whatever that might be.
Mr. AB, that is so true, bro. That is so true. That is so true. You man hit the
Well,
like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm probably gonna say this about 50 times, so subscribe to the channel still. I think
yeah,
some of the
but then Mr. AB, someone's gonna have to have that kind of 4G, 5G in Thailand, blood. So
and then someone's gonna have to be able to make it out of the arena because if that's streaming, bro, they're gonna find out who it is because there's only gonna be like 10 people there, so it's not gonna be hard to figure out who's filming it.
do you guys actually think AJ Fury is happening? For
Nick
me,
doesn't, but I do.
I'm about 40% sure that fight never happens.
I mean, this fight's gonna go 12, and we know what's gonna happen in the 12 as well.
Mhm.
Devin Shue against Ryan was one of his downfalls in that fight. That was a mad shoe selection still, but I don't think that was a downfall. What do you think about open scoring? Because this fight is scored openly. I am not a fan of it at all. I'm not a fan of open scoring at all. Open scoring doesn't like one of the main reasons why I'm not a fan of open scoring. That's a great overhand left from Karen. I mean, Palacios is definitely trying to apply pressure, but it's not getting any substance. But open scoring is not good for boxing. I don't think so anyway.
I
Open
don't like
scoring
open
has.
scoring either.
What do you say, Nick?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of that.
It can change how you fight, innit?
It has too much of an impact on it has too much of an impact on how you fight, and it also has too much of an impact from uh uh spectator's point of view. So me as a spectator, if I think someone's getting jobbed on the cards and I'm watching it live, I might also like that also make the actual experience of watching the fight worse. People feel like if
Takes
it's
away all the tension.
if it's open scoring, then we will get um less robberies on the scorecard, but that's actually not the case at all because judges score a fight and they give it to the ref. That is then accumulated at the end of a fight. At the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference for a judge whether the fight is being the score is being scored during the fight, after the fight, before the fight. It don't make a difference. They're still gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, Serrano wears Jordan, so did Andre Ward, but I think they were custom soles for boxing. Caleb Plants gets customs too. Yeah. If a Fury, if AJ Fury doesn't happen, it has to be your best prediction, Nick. You've made crazy predictions in the past. I mean, I can't see that fight not happening. Canelo versus Chart had open scoring, and that was Austin Chart's downfall in the fight. I mean, Canelo's versus Trout. A lot of people say Trout won that fight. Um, I don't think. I don't know. I don't even remember. How did I score the fight at the time? I do think that fight was quite close. Maybe I slightly edged Canelo. Maybe I slightly edged. I can't remember. I know the fight was close though. Um, I didn't know that fight was open scoring though. I didn't actually know that. Nick, what was your day leading up to fight night during your amateur career like? Did you do intermittent fasting? Nick, let this nigga go, bro. This guy's unprofessional. Danny Garcia versus Eric Morales one had Eric open scoring. That was another fight that I don't think would have made a difference with open scoring anyway. What do you think Cabello will? Who do you think Cabello will fight next? Um, apparently he might be At one stage it was supposed to be a Coley, but a Coley's obviously got that drug situation, so I actually have no idea, blood. I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine, bruv. Great combination from Carrington. I don't know if Carrington's going through the gears now. Um, I think someone in the comments earlier said Bruce Carrington should go to the body more. Um, I would agree with that now because I think in the second half of this fight, when this guy realizes that there's no chance of winning, he's gonna try and roll the dice, and that's where you can get counters. And if you put enough money in the bank, as in put enough body shots in, it will pay off down the stretch. Shane, you got any crazy Agent Broner stories? I don't actually know this dude personally, so no. But yeah, no, I don't know this dude personally. I actually never met him before either. Um, Never met Agent Broner ever. So no. I can't imagine anything more depressing than being a League One Serie B level fighter. um I mean, me and Rance were talking about this week, like literally 2 3 days ago. We were talking about how like the path and the motivations of a journeyman. And bruv, don't knock it. Still, guys at that guys at that level help the ecosystem of boxing as well, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? You need picture boxing being like a food chain. Do you know what I'm saying? You need those guys at that level because they keep the sport going. AB used to drink and spar from time to time. The funniest thing is, out of many fighters that I've watched, I actually haven't heard many AB sparring stories. I don't know where Nick's gone, by the way. This guy just left the stream. Yeah, I haven't heard much AB sparring stories. Carrington's winning this fight comfortably. And he can just continue doing what he's doing, but I expect him to just flick the switch at some stage and just go through the paces a bit more. Boxing needs more fighters like Sean Porter. In what way? As in fighters outside the ring, fight inside the ring? What do you mean? Um, Hope Mason box smart and not start trading like he did in the Nopes fight. He's too young to be getting into bullshitting. The thing is, and I was saying this about Boots, some fighters may be technically and physically capable of boxing off the back foot and like being defensive like a Shakur, but they don't have the temperament. Do you know what I'm saying? It requires a certain level of discipline and temperament to fight that style, which I'm not saying that um, Abdullah Mason doesn't have, but that is a skill in itself. Just like having good hand speed and good footwork and good understanding of distance, temperament and discipline and patience is also another thing. And that's one of the reasons why when people say, "Oh, Boots can fight off the back foot and just box," I strongly disagree. I don't think Boots can fight off the back foot and just box. He might be able to do it technically and he might be able to do it physically, but does he have the discipline to do it? And Abdullah Mason is another fighter where I asked that question. These traits aren't just something you can pick up. Do you know what I'm saying? You have to cultivate patience, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's something that you get through different experiences in your career. Like, for the most part, Shakur Stevenson is a great defensive fighter. He's not a great defensive fighter because I don't know where Nick's gone, by the way. He's not a great defensive fighter because um he can't go forward, but he's cultivated discipline and patience. I don't know if you get that from having a really good amateur career. I don't know how you get that, but it's just who you are as a character, who you are as a person. I think personality has a big, big part to play. Um, Do you know Dmitry Pirog? Of course. If you do, how do you think he could have been? It's very difficult to gauge. I mean, he was very highly touted as tragic story, tragic story. But I can name you 100 stories like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Tragic story. Where's Nick gone? Let me see if it's Nick gone. I don't know where Nick's gone. See if I can message this guy. Oh, Nick said 2 minutes. Cool. Um, where was we? Dmitry Pirog. I am I am talking about in the way of how Sean always put in crazy efforts in his fights. All of his losses were in tight fights. I mean, I won't say all of his losses were in tight fights because I don't think the Crawford fight was tight. He got stopped, but yeah, no, Sean Porter's a dog, bro. Sean Porter's a dog, and for those who don't know, Sean Porter actually had a really good amateur career as well. Like Sean Porter was highly touted. I remember when Sean Porter was coming through, like there was a golden generation of boxers. Just like you have Tank Shakur and Devin and all of those guys. You had like Keith Thurman, Demetrius Andrade, Sean Porter, who would have been the Darrell brothers as well. Those were some really talented fighters at the time. I think Mason will be a better fighter when he moves up in weight. I think he's cutting big time weight to make 135, probably, but again, he's getting good learning fights, and I think today will be another good learning fight. It'll be another psychological barrier he needs to overcome. Fact, Shane, it's your personality in the ring. You can't teach temperament. It's fact, bro. I personally used to play cricket, right? And when I used to play cricket, bro, and I know people say cricket to boxing, it it's very different but very similar in a way, in a sense that cricket requires a certain level of patience and discipline that other sports just can't teach you. Because cricket, for those who don't know, is a game that can last 5 days. So the level of temperament and discipline that's required is just tremendous. Like there's mentally is so taxing. So for me, boxing is a much shorter sport, but when something's working, it's different. Like you know in football where you're winning a football match, and as you're winning a football match, you're growing in momentum, and you're getting more of the ball, you're getting more shots on, you want to score more goals. Whereas in boxing, that's not necessarily the case. Boxing is a lot more nuanced because you can be winning in a certain way and winning a certain fight, and it just takes 1 second and the fight's over. So you kind of have to stay in a certain zone. You can't decide, you know what, I'm gonna just try and go for the kill because that also means you're at risk of getting stopped. Whereas other sports don't have that same margin for error. Um, Shane, you got your two countries winning tomorrow. Brazil's my country who I support, and England, I just think they're gonna win the World Cup. But I could be wrong. I mean, they've been playing shit, so bruh, who knows, innit? Shane, do you think Nigel Benn was on the juice when he fought Gerald McLennan? I mean, there's a lot of evidence to support that. Carrington just got kicked with a two-piece there. I think he's just getting a bit. So I'm talking about discipline. You know what I'm saying? Like Palacios is definitely feeling like this is the last roll of the dice, and he's throwing some big haymakers. Bruce Carrington probably needs to tighten his shit up because this is probably his toughest round. Um, any Anthony Yard should give every journeyman hope. I don't know about that still. Bud
He's better
Crawford,
than a
Gary
journey.
Russell. What?
He's better than a journeyman. He's just not better than a world champion or the world champions
Bud
that he's come up
Crawford, Gary
against.
Russell were a part of that golden era too. Bud Crawford actually wasn't that highly touted as an amateur. And Gary Russell Jr. was though. Gary Russell Jr. was definitely, and his brother Anton Russell was as well. Gary Anton Russell beat Boots in the amateurs twice. He went to the Olympics as well. Um, didn't Porter beat Usyk at the amateurs? Yeah, this was when they were 14 or 15 or something like that when he was a kid. But he was a highly touted Sean Porter. Like I remember hearing about Sean Porter like when he first turned pro. I remember hearing about Sean Porter. Like I got some ring magazines here where in old school ring magazines they used to do this thing where they would tell you about like the fighters who were coming through, like the amateur fighters, and the names that you probably heard the most of was Furman, Danny Garcia, Sean Porter. Those names you used to hear a lot. And then just like you heard like if you were following boxing at the time, you'd have heard a lot about Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, and those guys. It's the same thing, you know. I don't actually follow amateur boxing as much as I used to. Like when I wanted to be like a proper boxing journalist, I used to follow amateur boxing way more. I don't really do it now as much as I used to. How's it come out? What effect the substance Ryan Garcia popped for help? I know I don't even remember. Gary Russell Jr. downfall was him wanting to be pay like waterweight. Plus, our Heyman didn't like Gary at all. Gary Anton Russell's biggest problem was the fact that he wasn't active enough, bro. When he lost to Magseo or whatever that uh, um East Asian brother's name was. That was um the final nail in the coffin. But the nails in the coffin were before that. Or the other nails were before that. This guy used to fight once a year, once every 18 months, and it just never made sense. And then when he lost to Lomachenko, it's never really recovered from that. So why did you stop doing boxing journalism? The best way to put it is it doesn't pay you enough. That's the best way. But another way is um the only way to get from the top to I used to do like a lot. I know a lot. I used to work on shows where um Ade worked on, Dev Sani worked on, like some big guys, and then for every Ade and for every Dev, you've got 10 guys who never make it and they were broke. And I'll tell you another thing, bro. I remember my university lecturers, like one of my university lecturers, he was a journalist for BBC, one of them was for The Guardian. These men never made no money, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like these men just never made enough money. And I remember the first time I ever got offered, like I used to do a lot of freelance work where you can like be a bit of a mercenary and sell to the highest bidder. But I remember like the first time I got ever offered a contract, and I'm like, bro, I actually make more money than this working in. These times I was working in a hotel, just doing like room service and that, and I was making more money doing that, fam. And I was like, bruv, raw. Did Bruce Carrington just get dropped?
I'm
Oh,
behind
they
you.
said it's the back of the head. But yeah,
I'll
they
keep
just.
an eye out. I'll keep an eye out for that because my stream's a few seconds behind yours. So I'll try and see.
But yeah, Palacios is now definitely throwing. He's definitely throwing some. He's throwing. He's rolling the dice. He's trying to go for it. Last round was a good round for him. I don't know if he won it, but it was still a good round. And this round, he's going for it. You know,
Carrington's very, very lucky. That is on the back of the head, but for me, he turns his head. I would count that as a knockdown.
yes. I mean, Bruce Carrington. Bruce Carrington's problem is as he goes up the weight classes, guys. If he doesn't get guys' respect, guys will just walk through him.
And to
And
your point about how slight he is in frame, after he was knocked down, he tried to clinch, and Palacios just threw him off of him and started boxing again. He's just not going to be big enough and have that physical strength.
he's gonna win a lot of rounds in his career, but he's gonna need to develop a little bit more one pot power. He does have great like accumulative power, but he's gonna need to develop a lot more one pot power still.
Hmm.
The Rants and Bants community. Shout out to Rants and Bants, bro. It's big. Uh, um, I don't know. Is Rants got a fight coming up?
He should do.
Well, if he does, you man support Rants, innit? Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
I
The
was chatting to him
YouTube.
about his fights. He's got something. There's a couple options cooking. Things are
Cool.
cooking.
You man hit the like button and subscribe to this channel as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Ransom, the YouTube channel Fight Hype is hilarious. They are like WWE. Bro, Fight Hype are mad still. They got about 7, 8 journalists going, or reporters going to fights, just covering just like clickbaity shit, bro.
No Layer said Carrington's getting booed.
Where did you
But
say that? I
again,
ain't.
hmm?
Oh,
But again, there's only if you ain't got that power, there's only a certain amount of time against someone like a Palacios. There's only a certain amount of time you can keep him off you until he grows in confidence. Because at a certain point, as a fighter, you got to think, well, I've taken enough licks to just start walking forwards. Like, I mean, you hit me plenty and you ain't put me out of there. And I guess the only problem with Shushu and the style of where he fights is that there's not a lot of punches that his opponent doesn't see. That's where he's going to struggle. It's not even just the power. Yeah, he's hitting with lots of clean jabs and lots of good straight punches, but I can see all of these punches. Do you know what I'm saying? So you're not setting up traps to your point of what you said about.
I actually think Palacios has um made a slight miscalculation in this fight. He should have actually thrown caution to the wind early,
Yeah,
and hopefully he can discourage Carrington, because him trying to grow himself into the fight was just stupid. You just relinquished too many rounds. You got to
yeah.
roll the dice early, bro. Are the Mason brothers like the Bellerin brothers, as in one is head and shoulders better than the other? Um,
Yes.
I think that's just slightly too early to say, but maybe.
As it stands right now, I mean, Abdullah Mason is the one, right?
Yeah. Yard is from Hackney. Wow. I mean, why is that surprising? No, he's not from Hackney. He's from Forest Gate, I think,
He is
or
from Hackney, no?
Stratford. No, I think he's from Stratford or Forest Gate or something like that.
Fair enough.
He's from East. I know that.
Yeah.
These fights haven't been easy
On his
fights
Wikipedia, it
for,
says Hackney.
or maybe he is Hackney.
But
No, why?
obviously, if you're not from ends, a lot of these ends just blur into each other, blood. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, would you refer to yourself as being from Tottenham?
Well, I was born in Tottenham,
But would
but
you refer to yourself as being from Tottenham? Because if you passed away now, I reckon your Wikipedia page, if you were famous, would say Tottenham.
it probably would. But
Do you see what I mean?
it probably would. But I spent a lot of time living in Edmonton as well. Like I live in
Mm.
Edmonton right now, so
But I'm saying they kind of round to the biggest, most
yeah, 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 I get
well-known
what you mean.
area.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. That is a great body shot from Carrington. Carrington's come out slightly better in it. What a good shot there from Carrington. Another good jab. I guess Carrington's wavered the initial storm and he's getting into his groove now. I don't know why people are booing though.
It's also like, okay, Carrington is going to set the pace of the fight. Palacios is going to respond, but Carrington's just a better boxer and has a higher IQ. So once you respond, I am going to then counter respond. So if you don't really make the most of and I would argue Palacios did make the most of it because he knocked him down, although it didn't count. Palacios needs to make the most of his moments of success because it's going to be so few and far between. He was never going to go on and turn over the fight
Why,
to start
why, why, why do we
dominating.
only have such little likes? We should be at least 30 likes, bro. What's going on here? Why do you not have like you man are watching this video and not liking or subscribing? I don't understand that. Carrington just got caught with a double a two piece, two right hands, and then he comes right back. Um, one of the things Carrington's actually struggled with, which I'm surprised with, is the fact that he actually hasn't read the southpaw straight left,
Mm.
which I don't know. Maybe if he fights a southpaw in the future, he might struggle with that.
Someone said, would love to see Inoue versus Carrington.
I don't know if I want to see that fight.
I think Inoue does Carrington.
I think Carrington. I think Inui's not even at that weight class. I want to see Carrington fight. To be honest with you, at that weight class, I want to see Figueroa versus Espinosa. That's the fight I want to see at that
Yeah.
weight class.
That for me is a knockdown. It is on the back of the head, but that's a knockdown for me. What do you reckon, Shim?
Yeah, I think that's a knockdown as well. Before I forget, you guys doing a stream for World Cup tomorrow? Yeah, I probably am. Probably. But I'm doing it, but I'll probably do it for Brazil. Is Brazil playing tomorrow?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably do it for Brazil tomorrow. I don't see Inoue moving up to 26 at all. No, he's probably waiting for the Bam fight. Why are there weight classes, but height doesn't matter when being shorter is objectively an advantage?
Depends on who you're
No,
talking
it's
to.
not. No, it's not. How's being short objectively an advantage?
People call being taller and having longer reach physical advantages. That's what it's referred to because
Literally.
generally they're physical advantages. That it can be an advantage depending on your style, but that's the point in boxing. Doing you've got to have different styles. I'm very very heavy for my size. Carrington caught off a couple of good shots there, but just rolls out of that.
Brandon Figueroa, that's who you're talking about. Or is it Brandon Figueroa? Figueroa and Espinoza are both tall.
Mm.
So I don't know. You could be talking about one of them two. Both of them are quite tall. But you get the
Same
likes
as
up, subscribe to the channel.
same
You
as
know what I'm saying?
Fandora.
Huh?
Same as Fandora.
Yeah, Fanora's 6'7".
Mm.
Guys is 6'7", super waterweight blood.
Yeah.
And not necessarily a big one.
Yeah.
For me, Palacio should have tried a lot more shoe shining shit. Like, even if it doesn't land, just see what you could do. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Brazil playing at 9, fair enough. Bro, why does Sean Porter always wear these outlandish suits, bro? I remember one time, I think it was after the Errol Spence fight, this guy was wearing a bright green suit, like a flipping, like a gold traffic sign.
Some people like that though when they wear suits. Like Fury likes it. I know Expressions is the same. He likes to
But
wear.
what kind of suit is that, fam? My man's looking like a ginger jovial witness, bro. What's going on here, fam? This is wild. It was Rafael Espinoza that I was talking about. Yeah, Rafael Espinoza is a dope fighter. Sean Porter is Ohio born player. Yeah, he was. I've been Ohio a couple of times still. I even like thinking about Ohio still, but yeah, I've been Ohio a couple of times.
You said you don't.
Yeah, I don't even like talking about
You left some
Ohio like
food out there.
yeah, bruv.
Yeah.
Food that I can't get back as well.
Ah, mad.
It's mad, isn't it? And it's one of those ones where it's gonna sit with you because you try to find replacements, but there's no food that's gonna replace it.
I thought
But
you. Yeah, I thought you was gonna eat yesterday.
bruv, I went yesterday.
It was.
Oh, oh yeah, no, that's a part and parcel of the game, mate. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Nick brought me to one. Nick brought me to a party yesterday. Still, what are you looking at me like that for? Figueroa is 5'9", Espinosa 6'1". Okay. I knew for the weight class Figueroa was talk. I remember when he was standing next to Nick Ball, this guy was gigantic.
Yeah, facts.
Rafael Espinosa would beat Inoue. He's just significantly bigger. Is everyone here from England? No, there's a couple man from America here. And around the world from around the world. Thoughts on Argentina versus Cape Verde game? That was a great game, blood. It's a great frigging game, blood. But this is what I'm saying, yeah. When people criticizing England's performance, every team's kind of struggled in this World Cup, bro. Other than France, every
But
team's
other
kind of
teams,
struggled.
France struggled today. They scraped past Paraguay 1-0 of a penalty.
Yeah, but I don't think they were ever at the risk of losing the game, though.
I hear you, but I'm saying that France and Argentina, a lot of these other teams, they've also had games where they've slapped a team. Even though it was 4-2 against Croatia, man ain't seen England really slap a team, bro.
Facts.
And England should have lost to Ghana. They cheated Ghana, bro. 2 penalties.
No, I think one of them was offside still, so it might be
The
one
the
penalty.
Consa one was a defo pen.
Nah, I think in the lead up to the reason why I never went to VAR is because the ref called offside. But I don't know if it was a console one. One of them was one. I don't remember which one it was, but it doesn't make a difference. Ghana are unfortunately out because they lost yesterday.
Mm.
Ghana got battered yesterday as well, bro. Colombia was winning 1-0, yeah. But, bro, that game could have been 6-0, blood. Ghana was
Yeah.
getting battered, fam. France had a hard time today, yeah, facts. But I don't think they were at risk of losing it. It was 98 degrees at the game.
Good
Swear
counter
down.
shot. Good counter shot from Carrington. He just pivoted around and countered against Palacios really nicely.
Bruce Carrington's going to have a very, 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 very hard career in the sense that I don't see many fighters wanting to fight him, but I don't see him getting big fights neither.
Mm.
He's going to have a lot of fights like this. This is
He's just
probably
too
going to
dangerous.
be.
He's just like I say, he's just too dangerous for the money, bro. I'm gonna make baby change fighting an extremely difficult
Man
fight.
said that Ghana performance was pathetic.
Especially when
Bro,
there's fighters out there like your Conor Benz, so you can go and make millions fighting, bro. Obviously, they're different weight classes, but I'm just saying as an example, bro. Do you know what I mean?
bro, Carrington just got caught with a few good shots. Is Carrington hurt? Carrington is holding on for dear life. Palacios needs to use this as a bit of momentum. Go on, throw some punches. Carrington's just gone straight to the ropes, initiated another clinch. Yeah, Carrington feels he's hurt. Carrington is hurt right now. Carrington is hurt right now. Raw, Carrington is hurt. Oh, that is a great shot from Palacios. What a left hook.
Yeah, I've just seen it now. I ain't seen the left hook yet, but I'm a little bit
Another
behind.
good left hook. Raw, Carrington might get dropped. Bro, that's a good shot from Palacios.
Hey, round 12 is gonna be survival mode, bro.
Hopefully, Carrington can survive. Oh, that's a great body shot from Palacios. Palacios should have went to the body from earlier, bro.
Do you know what's
Back in the
changed though? Do you know
earlier in
what's
the
do you know
fight,
what do
Carrington
you,
was spinning out all my days. That left hand, I called it maybe a round ago. I said he can't get out of the way the southpaw left hand at all. And Palacios was throwing left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. And I never understand why southpaws don't triple up and double up on their left hand because the angle is there all the time. There's no point rotating back to the right hand because the guy's cut off that shot when he's when he's closed off to counter closed off for orthodox. So just keep throwing the left hand. Whether you dig it to the head or dig it to the body, it doesn't make a difference because the angle's there all the time.
do you know where Palacios was getting a lot of his success?
Look,
When
he see what I'm saying? He doubled up on the left hand, went back to the body with the left hand. That's what I'm saying. Look at that. He landed 4 left hands in a row. Look, 4. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I called this maybe like 2-3 rounds ago. I don't understand when southpaw fighters fight. Yeah, they throw left hand then a right hand, left hand and a right hand. You cut off the angle when you throw the right hand. Keep throwing the left hand because the angle is there for the straight.
But you know what Palacios did that really well in that round? He was wrestling and throwing Carrington around the ring to break that defense. Palacios can't break the defense with feints and technical skill, but he wrestled him and he just got him up aggressive and made it a really ugly fight. And
If
that's where he's getting
Carrington
the
fights
openings.
another southpaw in his career, I can't lie, he's gonna struggle because he doesn't close off the defensive angle. Look, because he does the Philly show, he's always open for left hands, and if you're fighting a southpaw, that's gonna be a problem. He caught that one. That was a good catch from Carrington. Carrington looks like he's got his legs back.
This would be a tough round.
Oh, that's a
Palacios will
good
go for it.
shot. You want to see Palacios roll the dice at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another good left hook from Palacios. And another thing is because Carrington dips, he dips at the hip. He
Hmm.
always dips into the left hand as well. I don't know if you realize
That's
that.
why he ended up getting knocked down with that shot because it was dipping.
He's always dipping over, dipping over. So if you keep throwing the left hand, you got that. Just don't throw left, right, left, right. That was your problem. Like you're throwing right, left, left, right. Throw left, left, or left, 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 or right, 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 left, left, left. Just keep combinations with the left hand. Just throw head to
Palacios
body.
seems
Oh, that's
to
a great left hand again.
Palacios seems to lack the IQ to even know and understand where he's having success.
Facts. You know, in Palacios, yeah, that was a great counter shot from Carrington there. He used that angle with the pivot from orthodox and spun him, and then he went back to the corner though. Oh, that's a good overhand left from
It's a
Carrington.
great overhand left from
Oh,
Palacios
what a
there.
good straight right hand from Palacios. Another good straight left from Palacios. Right down the pipe. But then he doesn't throw nothing at the end of it. This guy, I praise his ambition, but I also like wondering like why didn't he roll
Oh,
the dice in this round?
the ref is letting Carrington get away with these shoulder charges, bro. He's shoulder charging his way out of there.
Fighting southpaws with a low lead hand is suicide. That's what Rant says. I agree, but I don't think the lead hand is where Carrington's actually had his problems. It's actually his backhand. His hand placement for his backhand has been poor because most of the shots that's been landing have been the backhand left from southpaw. Which whether it's landed to the body, whether it's landed to the head, he's not really put his hands in the right place. Oh, that's a great overhand left from Carrington though. Palacios lost that fight, but it was entertaining whilst it lasted.
Mm.
That liver shot was nasty. Never heard of this Palacios dude. What he's ain't a fan. Shushu is not gonna get the respect of bigger guys. The tippy tappy style ain't gonna cut it. I mean, it can if you're a good and big personality outside the ring. Shushu is not gonna get the. Oh, you said that already. I said that already. I like Angelo Leo's chances versus Shushu. Um, isn't Angelo Leo at 30 or is he at 26? No, no, wait. Angelo Leo for Fulton at 22. Yeah, no, he's at 26. Yeah. That's also a top ranked fighter as well. He's also a top ranked fighter. I mean, Angelo Leo will probably lose to Carrington because Angelo Leo just can't box. Like he just is not a great boxer, so he probably lose. But he does have knockout power. I mean, I think he got like one of the best knockouts last year, so he does have knockout power. The fight is over. Hope we get that unification. I doubt it, but hopefully. He's at 126. Has been the IBF. Yeah, yeah. No, I was getting confused because I remember he fought at 22 against Fulton and he lost, and then he moved. He got one of the best knockouts last year. That was a mad knockout. So he's definitely got power. He ain't with Floyd no more. He's a top ranked fighter. Yeah, I know. I know he's with top rank. I literally just said top rank's got 3 champions at 126. So hopefully they can make some fights. Angelo Leo versus Coolboy Steph was a bang. I don't think so. I think Coolboy Steph won that fight pretty comprehensively. Fulton kind of beat that dude quite comfortably, in my opinion. I don't know. Final predictions for main event. I think Mason by unanimous decision. I don't think there's much of a debate. I think most people are picking him to win. Would you say, Nick?
I think it's going to be difficult. I think he wins. I think he's going to have it's going to be a Sam Noakes situation again, where he's just going to have to come through a really difficult fight.
A last minute replacement is always gonna be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this fight is going to be technically more difficult than what the fight would have been with Joe Cordina.
Oh, that's a fact.
I expect him to win. Um, can I see him stopping Bell? I don't know. I don't know how much I'm like, concerned about his mentality and maturity in the ring. We saw him fight a fight against Noakes he didn't need to fight, and now he's going in to fight against someone that is older and used to piece him up in sparring. So I don't want to see him go and fight to prove a point. And Abdullah Mason's a really good boxer, but what we're not seeing is him stick to his boxing. We're seeing him consistently trying to prove a point when he goes in the ring, and that for me is a bit of a concern. It's not necessarily a concern for right now at this moment, but it can be a concern when he wants to start moving up in the levels. That's where there could be kind of concerns for me. You don't want to be going in to fight a Tank or a Pitbull with the kind of style that Abdullah Mason's got. Do you know what I'm saying? He come through, and the excitement was about his ability, but in the Noakes fight, it was he's so tough. And in this fight, I think that it's going to be another he's so tough. And
I think that's. I think it was before that. I think it was the fight before that, Nick, where he got dropped in the first round, and it was like an all-time great first round where he dropped a guy twice in the first round. He got dropped,
yeah,
and then he ended up getting a stoppage in the second round. And I'm like, yeah, those are good learning fights, but it don't seem like you're learning. Do you know what I'm saying? You're still
exactly.
making the same
Then you
mistakes.
went
But
into Noakes. Fair enough. English fighters are known for dragging people into a slugfest. That's what Noakes did really well. Okay, he's learning. If we see that again, now we're in problems
yeah,
because.
you're just making the same mistakes, bro.
And then, so, somebody said, yeah, even Murataya, he'd have to fight a smarter way against. He's got Murataya there. He's got Tank Davis there. There's people that you don't want to be. By the time you get to your Muratayas and your Tanks and these other guys, you want to have this out of your system. You've got to move beyond this.
But and the problem is you're not good enough to fight that style.
Nick, that could just be the type of fighter that Mason is. There are some
Then he ain't gonna
fighters
go
that are just
far. Then he
that
ain't
are
gonna
just
go far.
there are some fighters that just like to fight. Yeah, but
Then
we're
he
not
ain't gonna go
watching.
far.
We're not watching a fight. We're watching a boxing match. I could fight you in the pub. What I'm saying to you is also, if he's gonna fight someone like Tank, for example, he doesn't crack the way that Tank cracks.
That's what I'm
So
saying. You're not gonna
you're
go
gonna
far.
lose. You are better. What I'm saying to you around the world is, from young, we have seen this guy raved about as a great technician. From young, Tank was raved about as a knockout artist. Abdullah Mason can hurt people, but he's not raved about quite the same way as the
You're
knockout
not
artist. So
utilizing your strengths.
you're not utilizing your strengths. So if I go in to fight you and I'm going to do my best game plan and you're going to do your second best game plan, unless you are just way better than me, you're probably going to lose. And like
Yeah.
I said, he may not lose this fight now, but when he
A-
loses the fight after this or the fight after that, this is what I can see
And
projected down the
historically,
road.
it's not a sustainable way to fight. Because what you have to understand is, unless you're like a Bernard Hopkins who has this elite ring IQ, you're gonna age poorly.
Hmm.
You're gonna age poorly because your chin will just keep getting tested. And eventually, bro, your chin ain't gonna pass the test, blood. Right now, we don't know how good Shakur Stevenson's chin is because he don't get hit that much.
There's a world where you come across a Sam Noakes at a later point in your career. You guys get into a scrap, but you lose that fight because the last real heavy scrap he'd be in would be you. But you keep going in and having scrap upon scrap upon scrap, whereas they build him up his resume with some slightly easier walkover fights, and he walks in ready to. What's the July 4th equivalent in the UK?
There is
Blood
none
fire.
because we've never because the not we but England is the ultimate colonizer, so they don't
Everyone celebrates their independence from the UK.
literally exactly.
Do you know what I'm
Every day
saying?
is the 4th of July for white men in England, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't
Cause
see Tank fighting anybody that's a threat in at all in his career. Well, boy, you got to chat to other man about that. That's rants and no layers, and that you got to chat to them
it
because
is Kamal Moulton. It is Moulton's. Is Kamal Moulton boxing's Lamine Yamal? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Lamine Yamal, bro. Lamine Yamal is like one of the best players in the world right now. Even though he's young, he's still one of the best players in the world. Lamine Yamal is like Bam Rodriguez.
yeah,
Like, yes, he's young, but he's still one of the best players. Kamal Moulton is like flipping. He's like
Max
the
Dowman.
Max Dowman.
Yeah,
And I wouldn't even, bro, I'm not even gonna lie. I can't even say that because Max Dahman is playing at the top level.
yeah.
He might be someone below that.
Jeremy Monga that just went to City from the Championship.
Yeah, someone like that, bro. Do you know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
you
Like,
bossed
more,
the Championship safe.
like, bro, Max Dahman's at least played in like champs and Premier League and like he's done things.
One of the best
Bro,
wins, Barrios got beat up by a 60-year-old Pac-Man fam. Yeah,
yeah,
well, boy.
Barros is
Yeah,
shit, fam.
yeah, he's
I
done.
I don't know how. The fact that I can say I've witnessed him as a world champion just hurts my head. Tank for the dollars. Shout out to Ade Oladipo. You might hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We still, I don't understand how, only have 20 likes. Bro, at least get the likes to 30, bro. What is man them doing? And I'm not seeing man them subscribe neither. Like, I'm not even seeing no subscribers. Like, bro, most of you watching this ain't even subscribed. So I don't know what you lot are doing, bro. Subscribe to the channel. Support black businesses and that. You know what I'm saying? Nico, you still there?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know if your screen froze for a second, but cool.
No, I was looking at my phone.
Yeah, smash the likes. Don't be a fraud. A lie. Nick Wood tank fight Clarissa Shields.
No,
He would he would beat Clarissa Shields though.
I don't know.
Nah, he would. Clarissa Shields could beat a man, but she would have to fight a man that's like maybe 120 or 115 or something like that.
You think Lamont Roach beats Clarissa Shields?
Yeah, comfortably.
She's a lot bigger than him.
I know, but bro, the size ain't that big. Clarissa Shields will beat someone like Frampton, like when Frampton was fighting. But, you know what I'm saying? No? One of them small youths, but other than that, nah.
Nah, Clarissa. If Clarissa Shields is gonna fight a small fighter, it's got to be a black fighter. Blood. She can't fight a small Irishman.
Why?
Frampton's gonna be too durable, bro.
What happened to you, bro? Are you not feeling well?
No, I'm fucking tired, bro. I'm sitting down on my bed, bro. I'm fucking tired, bro.
I'm tired myself, but I've done the worst thing. I slept for an hour before I came. One thing I will say, Top Rank
I'm nuts.
definitely got the finest gal, bro. Like they got the
You think they got
best
top ranks got the
gal,
best?
bro.
You think they got the best things?
In terms of flipping ring card girls by far, bro. They got some serious work over there, blood.
You know what it is? The Saudi ring cards are dead, bro. For that,
Oh yes, then yes,
they're the
bro.
worst. And that's where a lot of the big cards are, bro. That's what it is,
And
bro.
you gotta understand, yeah. Any country that doesn't like women in the nude, I have to question that country still.
Hmm.
Uh, that's probably one of my favorite things to see.
Andre, because we're streaming the fight, we haven't got any audio, so that's one of the reasons we're not biased. But also, we can't I can't tell you about um uh how Crawford's performing.
Well,
Man
listen,
said
as long as you ain't talking about boots, innit? He seems to be
Tim
fine.
Bradley's got the biggest head I've ever seen. I don't know about that. Still,
When KSI's brother.
Tim Bradley looking like Andre Ayew and that blood on the desk. It's mad,
That
bro.
is hilarious because he actually is as well. That is hilarious. Fam, Sean Porter needs to get another tailor, bro. What are you wearing?
It's not a question of Taylor though, bro. The Taylor just does the sizing, blood. Sean Porter likes to wear that kind of loud suit, blood. He just always likes to wear the loud
Always,
color.
bro. He's always wearing some wildness, bro. Oh yeah, yeah, true Shebs. That is a why as well. Why for that comment about he's got a big head, bro? Why for that, bro? Why are you watching
Shout
man
out
for?
Shebs.
Shout
Shout
out
out
Shebs.
Shebs in the chat.
You might hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm gonna say it until we have 100,000 subscribers. You man should feel privileged, you know. How much channels are gonna give you content on this fight? On a big and serious level. Bruce Carrot and Angelo Leo, Rafael Espinoza. They got Brandon Figueroa at fifth. When was the last time Angelo Leo even fought? Because like this, he's kind of high on this list.
Mm.
Let me have a look.
They got Fulton at 4.
Angelo Leo ain't fought in a minute, bro. He ain't fought since last year. I thought so. So, um, how he's still so high on the list? I have no idea. Did you say that Tyson Fury is fighting on the 14th?
No,
When is
he's
Tyson
fighting.
Fury?
He's fighting on the 24th. So he's trying to. I don't know why, but it's like he's trying to upstage AJ because AJ's fighting on the 25th, and obviously that fight has been announced from time. And then Fury's now announced that he's going to fight on the 24th
Behind closed doors.
behind closed doors, blood.
Fam.
So great.
He must be doing it for his Netflix series, blood.
It's got to be blood.
Nick said he's tired.
I am tired, bro. Fuck this, bro.
But you could go sleep, you know.
Nah, it's got joys, bro. I'm gonna get up and watch the fight anyway, bro. So it just is what it is, bro. But I just couldn't sit at the desk anymore, bro. That shit was uncomfortable, bro. So
I hear
man,
that still.
man got the unflattering angle, but there ain't no gal in there anyway. So it is what it is, but you know like that.
I'm not even watching the screen. I'm literally just looking at the chat. Angelo Leo last fought in Japan. Yeah, but wasn't that was last year, bro? That was time ago. The maddest thing is, yeah, the moment I bring up Devin Haney, there's gonna be a plethora of comments again. You know what I'm saying? So I'd rather not do it.
It's sick though, because we know how to manipulate the algorithm now, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? If the channel ever starts dying, yeah, we're just like, bro, Devin Haney will slap the shit out of Tank, blood. That's it, bro. Boom. Money, bro. We're
Literally, you
rich.
see man like no layers start talking. You see
Rants.
around the world, everybody's talking, bro.
Rants is paid by Jay Prince. I'm so sure of it. Rance knows Jay Prince, bro. I swear down, bro. We're gonna find out that Jay Prince is from Northwest Houston or something, blood. There's some Northwest connection or something, bro. I swear down, bro.
I think that we're getting. I think we're gonna get Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis next anyway. I don't even think we're
Keyshawn
getting Keyshawn.
Davis. Keyshawn Davis is a very, very good borderline top fighter. But if away from the money, it's just dead for Devin because even if he beats Davis, it don't matter, bro. You lot acting towards Devin the way that you do is exactly why some of these champions don't fight each other, bro. Exactly why.
I actually don't think Devin gets any credit for beating Keyshawn.
That's what I'm
That's why
saying.
I don't. That's why I don't want to see that fight. I'm with everybody on this. In the pound for pound list, if we just Shakar's higher than Devin, and then Keyshawn will be third. So that would be the three. For me, 2 versus 3 doesn't do anything for me because number one will still be number one. I want to see number one either fight number two or number one fight number three. And we know we're never going to get number one fight number three. So I want to see Shakur fight Devin. But I get it
But what
because
I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, look how damaging it's been for people at home to see Devin dropped. Not even like knocked out, just dropped by somebody that was on steroids. And by the way, someone asked earlier, what does Osterine do? According to Google, Osterine, it mimics testosterone. So it's primarily used to build lean muscle mass, and boost physical performance. So all these people that come in the chat, that's according to Chat GPT, and that's pulled from WebMD and a couple other sources as well, ASCO publications and stuff like that. So in terms of people that come into the chat and say, well, Osterine's not a steroid, okay, fine, it's not a steroid. You man don't know how steroids work, but it clearly gives you a physical advantage. Clearly.
and
So
if I'm
and
correct, Alexander Povetkin was done for Osterring.
Yeah.
And this guy got, I think, like, bare of his fights just got removed from
No,
his
no, no, not
record.
bear, not bear. 10 years, blood. 10
Yeah,
years, blood. The last 10 years of Povetkin's career didn't happen, bruv.
yeah, literally.
The last 10 years of man's career, blood, didn't happen.
Yeah, Alexander Povetkin reportedly tested positive for a band's perform. He's tested positive for Osterring.
Yep. Yeah, it does
But he's
help with
Russian.
keeping muscle
He,
mass.
he's Russian in it. So I think Russian people are the only people that get treated like black people when they do something wrong, bruv. Them man get the book and the bus thrown at them, bruv. Trust
In
me.
America, yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
mean that's what I mean.
you got to remember, from the founding days of America, Russia is their number one enemy.
Mm.
Russia is their number one enemy, bro.
You would say at the beginning it would have been Britain, but I hear what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but over the landscape of, yeah, and there was a time when it was the Middle East, and there was a time when it was Britain, and there was a time when it was this place, there was a time when it was Cuba. But over the whole 120 odd years or whatever little piddly shitty small piece of time your little man country's been alive, their number one main op is Russia.
Well, their number one main op is communism, which obviously is Russia. So yeah, I get that.
I hope we get Shiraz versus Munguia. Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be a good fight.
250 years. I don't count 250 years when I consider America. I don't count 250 years
Why?
because America's founded as a democratic republic, correct?
Um, it's definitely a. I don't actually know. I don't actually know. I don't actually think so. But maybe you probably right. Go on.
I'm just looking it up. Yeah, constitutional federal republic with democratic elements
Okay.
rather than a direct democracy. So it was supposed to be a democratic republic, which democracy is part of it, but not all of it, but it's part of it. I don't count it until the time when all of the people in the country could vote. So I don't count 250 years.
I don't count 250 years for a whole completely different reason, but I'm not going to get into that. That's our only facts extra topic.
Yeah.
I mean, just to give you a bit of a bit of um a bit of a hint.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, you can't, in my opinion, not even in my opinion, just statistically, the way in how you acquired your country goes in direct contradiction in what a republic is supposed to be.
Correct.
So that doesn't really make sense to me, but fair enough.
And a democratic republic at that. Do you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't recognize 250 years. I either recognize several thousand years
yeah,
for the
exactly.
time
Yeah,
the land has been there. Do you know what I'm
facts,
saying?
facts.
I'm more American than most of these other people because the Americas used to be all of that space together. Do you know what I'm saying? Until these man carved it up. So you would have had tribes like my tribe over there. Do you know what I'm saying? But these man carved it up. So that's just what it is. When are you doing a podcast again with your white friend? I need a new white friend, blood. He's got a big money job and he don't want to get cancelled. So, and in fact,
Literally.
he does a big money job with some booky people, blood. So let's just, you know what I mean? So, do you know, do
Yeah, we
you know
need
what I'm
some
saying?
new. We need some more white friends.
Yeah, we need some more
And
white
one thing
friends
we know
still.
about white, like you see, the thing when it comes to like white people, yeah, bro. These men are great. These men are great off camera. You see, when they go on camera, bro, they start thinking about their job, start thinking about their life and their career, bro. I hear
Facts.
it still.
Facts. Albert Bell looks so Somali. You think so?
I
Looks a
don't
little.
actually think so.
Looks a little Somali, but not really. Yeah, in
Uh, you,
America, women couldn't vote till 1920, and black people couldn't vote till 1965. So if you don't recognize me and my humanity, I don't recognize you, blood. So as far as I'm concerned, America didn't start until 1965. So you man are 50, 60 odd years
But we
old.
can also say that it doesn't make sense anyway because their voting system is so. Wait, Nick, if I tell you that you can have a vote between getting killed by eating poison or getting killed by an electric chair, how much of a vote do you really have, man? Do you know what I'm
That's
saying?
that's well, that's why Kanye said slavery was a choice, isn't it? He said, "Bro, you man chose that, bro." Do you know what I'm saying? Shebs said Mayweather's old boxing channel used to have a fantasy fight segment. I think that'd be something you two would be good at. Different weight, Clark, different weights, different decades, both coming with your favorite fighter and discuss.
Yeah, definitely. So I have no
That's
problem
cool.
doing that.
That's cool.
When I'll have to think about it to say one fight. I have to think about that, but
That's the kind of thing I want, like a little bit more production for, because then we could do it week to week as like a little segment on the show. So let's say we started with the top 16 all-time fighters, and then week to week we only discuss one fight a week. So on the podcast we've got that little segment or something like that.
yeah, bro, these men are doing a national anthem for two American fights. Are you taking a piss, bro? That's one thing I actually think I would never, ever, ever, ever want to like. I've obviously experienced in a boxing fight, yeah. But if I was a boxer, I would just remove the national anthem from singing it in my fights, bro. Like, why are we hearing national
Yeah, but
anthem?
Americans are special needs, in it. So you'd lose a lot of fans doing that, blood.
No,
Even
but we
black
hear
fans.
it in Saudi as well, bro. We hear it in England. Well, not so much in England, but we hear it in Saudi.
You know what I'm saying, I think you'd lose fans doing that, blood. In America, if you're American.
I am, even though black people sing the national anthem so well, I'm actually against black people singing the national anthem in America.
I don't discuss black politics with Americans.
That is wild. You should
They have
though.
the okay.
Malcolm was American.
Brother Malcolm was Grenadian.
His mother was Grenadian.
Brother
You know
Malcolm didn't know where he was from.
what I mean? Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's the 4th of July. We are celebrating here 250 years. Yeah, I hear that. It's just that my ancestors were on that land since before that 250 years. So I don't recognize your 250 years. You know, like that. I'm a big man thing, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't
you,
tell
why would I celebrate? Why would I celebrate your taking over? If I'm Nick, why would I celebrate your taking over my people? Why would
my
I
land and
celebrate
my
that?
people. What are you
That's
talking about?
ridiculous.
In 250 years, you are not going to have bro. Right now, Palestinians don't all celebrate the day that
Israel
Israel
invaded and
Israel
took
was
over.
founded in 1946. Hurrah, Israel! No, bro. What's man talking about, bro? That make no sense, bro. That is
I
why all the
swear England
paddling.
has pubs older than the USA. That is hilarious.
Yeah, they do. They do. Have you ever been with your American family or American colleagues or anything in the UK?
No, not American family or no, not in the UK. No.
I've been with American colleagues and American family members here, and the way they love London, it's like, oh my god, the buildings are so old.
Yeah, I
There's a,
know, I
they're
know.
like that for everything. But and you know, in England, they've got loads of like little in London,
Oh,
there's like little laminate kind of plate things on the thing saying
yeah,
that building been here since 1760 or theaters. And my American
yeah,
family were
like
going
cathedrals
mad
and all of that.
when they're seeing like the Globe Theatre. They were going mad, bruv. They're like, oh my god, this is amazing. The cathedrals, all that kind of shit. Them man love history, innit?
Man said land of the free. That
This
is
is an
that's
argument you don't want to get into. America was here long before the USA as an entity is 250 years old. What do you mean this is an argument? I don't want to, there's no argument. I don't recognize the USA as an entity, period, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's just I don't care, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not an argument. Do you know what I mean? You were talking about beating your wife earlier, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? Now you're talking to me about 250 years of pageantry. What are we talking about? Do you know what I'm saying?
bro. Yeah, fanboy. This is the argument you don't want to have still. This is the argument true. This is the argument you don't want to
No,
have,
you
bro.
don't want to have. What I'm talking about. Can you imagine the black Americans celebrate the 4th of July?
I
That
hope
is
not.
madness. That is fucking madness, bruv.
I
Do you not
hope
think
not.
that's mad?
Of course.
That's like Palestinians celebrating the birth of Israel.
Wow, didn't it?
That's like Turkeys celebrating Thanksgiving.
What? Oh,
The
that's
man are
sad.
lost. The man are
You man are
lost.
lost, bro.
Do
You
you know
man
what
are
they need to
lost.
do? They need to go to the beach or go where there's some grass, take off their shoes and socks, and walk with their bare foot on the ground, blood, to reconnect with the ancestors, blood.
Yeah, you lot are wild for that still. I'm not even gonna lie. You lot have lost your identity, fam. I can't even cap. That is a wild. You lot levels celebrate 4th of July over there. That
Shoot,
is
hey, shush.
terrible.
Hey, shush. I'm not gonna Shane, don't answer that question. What do you think? What do you think? We couldn't
That is,
tell you what day St. George's Day was.
bro, I didn't even. Bro, levels. St. Jude. Yeah, I couldn't even tell you, bro. Couldn't even tell you. Couldn't even
You're
tell you,
mad.
bro.
You're mad. You're mad. Dr. Umar always cooks them for it.
But you shouldn't take Dr. Umar to tell you that, bro. You lot should know you lot's history, fam.
You should cook yourself, blood. You should cook yourself, blood.
I'm saying, fam.
You
You
should
man,
cook
actually,
yourself.
like, where did you lot lose your identity, fam? The educational system in America has failed you lot, bro. What is going on?
There is land and entity. The land was always here, and the laws and the entity are 250 years old. Do you think the village here? Do you think the
Are
village
you,
is here?
is fanboy white? If he's white, I understand why he's talking. If he's white, then you're
He's
right.
got to be, bro. He came in here talking about Andrew Tate, talking about misfits, talking about UFC, and beating his wife. On that evidence alone,
He's
one
definitely
has to
white.
assume that he's white.
And if you're white,
He's
then
either
everything you're
white,
saying is valid.
he's either white, or he's black and has a mum and no dad. They're the only two options. Or he's Nigerian, and then all bets are off. St. George's
He's
Palestinian
just
Turkish heritage. Yeah,
if he's
exactly.
Nigerian, that makes sense because he's just happy that he got his green card. That
Yeah.
literally, bro. There's no
Nick, what do
way.
they say about the UK food? They like the UK food, my American family, but you
There
gotta
is
understand.
no flipping way. You're asking two Caribbean people if they celebrate St. George's Day. Are you drunk, bro? Two Caribbean. You must
Hey,
be
look
mad,
at
bro.
this, walkout, bro. These
Literally.
mascots coming out. This is mad, bro. Nigerians just happy to be there, bro.
Facts.
As apart from Chris, I love you. Kemo, you're on the fence. But apart from
Isn't
that, yeah,
Nigeria? Isn't Chris Ghanaian?
nah, Chris Nigerian.
Are you sure, blood?
Yeah, I'm sure. He's my guy. He's proper Nigerian. 100%. He's my guy. Apart
Fair
from
enough.
them two, everybody else, not everybody else. CK, CJ. I got bare Nigerian friends, but apart from the ones that's cool, I stay cooking Nigerians, bro.
But
I stay cooking.
you even cook Chemos, bro. You even
Yeah,
cook.
bro. This is what it is, bro.
Lost yourself, blood.
100%.
Lost yourself if you're celebrating the 4th of July, bro. That is terrible. How are you doing that to yourself, bro? Jesus Christ. I don't even celebrate Jamaican Independence Day, bro.
Jamaica's not independent. That's why. How you gonna
I know.
celebrate?
I know.
That's
That's why I
that's
don't
like that's
celebrate.
like me celebrating the day I get out of jail before I've got out of jail. You're still in jail. What are you celebrating for?
Literally. That's why I don't celebrate it, bro.
You might as well. That's Tyson Fury saying Happy New Year after the Usyk fight.
In
It's
May.
July. It's May. What are we talking about? Do you know what I'm saying? Man, are just baffled, bro. It hurts my soul to see brothers just floating around in the ether, blood.
Yeah, literally, bro.
Here comes Abdullah Mason. Anyway, we got like a kind of semi-fake Muslim against the real Muslim because I think Bell's Muslim, innit?
Who's a fake Muslim?
Mason, no, he's not. He's not a fake Muslim, but like we all thought he was Muslim, but he's not, innit?
Mason's not Muslim.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure he's Muslim, bro.
Oh yeah,
But
okay. He's Muslim. He's Muslim. He lived in
no, he's
Yemen and
not Muslim.
Egypt. He lived in Yemen and Egypt before. That's dope. Semi-fake Muslim. Now Nick, you're
No,
violating,
no,
bro.
he's a real Muslim. He's a real Muslim.
Hey, look, fanboy said not a real Muslim, Nation of Islam. Bro, you ain't even told us if you're white or black, so I don't know why you're talking about Nation of Islam. Do you know what I'm
Literally,
saying?
bro. What are
I
you?
don't-
What are you, bro?
Tank is a fake Muslim. Tank is not a fake, but he's not faking it well at all. I've met some Kenyan brothers here, and they don't get along with black Americans.
Nick wouldn't get along with black Americans,
I
blood.
wouldn't get along with the Kenyans either, but I wouldn't get along with none of you motherfuckers, blood. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't get along with black Brits from London, from West, and that's me. I still don't like them niggas, bro. Do you know what I'm
You don't
saying?
get along
So
with your own family, bro.
that's
Nick's probably
it,
got
bro.
like 5 cousins you don't talk to.
Bro, anyone that's on foolishness, I don't fuck with them, bro. Anybody that's on foolishness, I don't fuck with them. You guys voted restore, yeah, that's Shane's thing, bro. Shane wants
You
to get the
must be
immigrants
mad.
out.
I've never voted in my life, and I never will, bro. I've never voted, and I never will, bro.
So that's a different level of ignorance. Look, Shane's professionally ignorant.
No,
Shane's ignorant for a living.
no. If you want to know why I don't vote, go to OnlyFacts Extra. The video's out right now.
I don't think I can live in America. My brain would rot from the conversations and low frequency.
I
Facts.
love America, but I love America. I love going to America. I love experiencing America, but the truth is, the educational system has failed you lot still. Can't even
It's
lie.
not. The education system hasn't failed them. The education system has done exactly what it was set up to
And you
do.
know the
Beautiful.
worst thing is, bro. You know where Albert Bell's from?
Where
Fam. Jesus Christ, tragic. Shane, you need to vote, bro. Where Albert Bell's from? I've had some good memories in that area, bro.
oh my god. Shane loves
Very.
American women.
That's a flipping fact. You
Yeah, I
can
can't
carve
I
that on
can't I
my.
can't I can't sell my soul just because do you know what I'm saying? The food portions are big and the gal have big fake titties and that's it, right? I can't. Oh, Toledo, yeah.
Oh, fam.
Man sipping that water like a politician, boy.
Bro,
And like Andrew Holmes and that blood. Fuck you know,
bro.
bro.
It's not just Ohio, it's a specific area in Ohio as well. Ohio is mad. Mad.
Around the world said, Shane, you need to vote. Around the world, how old are you, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
No, I
Sip
don't
the water
actually
like
need to
Pep. I
vote
lie,
still.
blood. I was telling Shane yesterday about the clip of Pep, the sit down, nobody talk, relax.
Like Floyd Schofield Sr.
I'm not gonna read that one out, but I'm gonna let that one hang on the screen still.
Bro. Bro.
Oh, okay, you're okay, cool. You're like our age. We go in between our
Bro.
age. Go like Shane's
Bro.
age.
Yeah, you're slightly older than me still, bro. Fam, if I ever go Ohio again, you know where I'm going, bro.
I always thought Ohio was just like very industrial.
Nah, bro. The closest thing I could tell you what Ohio's like is like, you ever been like Stevenage before? It's like that.
That's where I was before he. You know when I was.
Oh yeah.
That's where I was.
It's kind
Yeah,
of like Stevenage.
that's industrial though. Stevenage has
I
got
get why you say that. I get why you say
Stevenage
that.
has got all. When I think of Ohio, I think of big warehouses and big trucks that's distributing across the Midwest. I don't know why. That's what comes to my mind.
I'm more referring to housing. The houses are kind of like, you know what
Oh,
you
they're
got
small
like,
and
nah,
packed.
you know what you got like very small detached houses
Okay, yeah,
that are just in like weird places. Like you'll see a house here and you won't see a house for like 4 blocks. Like,
got you.
but like how the hell did these houses get it? Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
like Ohio's like that. Well, especially Toledo. When I was in Toledo, I was in a few places in Ohio. Still been to a few places. I've been to
Final
Detroit.
prediction. Drop your final predictions in the chat. By the way, you know what? I'm gonna go Abdullah Mason late stoppage. Bell has never been has never lost
Fuck.
and has never been stopped. What did you just do?
Spill water on myself.
Fuck you know. He's never lost. He's never been stopped. However, I think that Abdullah Mason could be the first person to stop him if it's a late
Mm.
stoppage. What?
Fam, it's spilling down my back.
Hey, yo. Fanboy said Islam will win. They're both Muslim, no?
What? That's what he's saying. Islam will win.
Hey yo, Shane, yeah, that's bonkers, bro.
Allow me.
Shane started groaning. I thought he was thinking about fucking Devin Haney, blood.
Whatever, bro. Yeah, Abdullah Mason's gonna win this fight still.
I think Abdullah wins by medium to late stoppage.
I've just realized that what Bell's trying to time him, but unless he gets his timing early, he's gonna struggle because Mason's got a clear speed advantage, bro. And this
But
nigga's
the
batting
problem
everything.
is the problem is Mason can crack. He's not the biggest puncher, but he can crack. Bell has very, very, very few stoppages. He's a 12 round fighter. And if Abdullah Mason was training for Joe Cordina, he was ready for a scrap. Now he would have beat Joe Cordina, but Joe Cordina is English. I think Abdullah Mason should be looking to stop someone like
Oh, that's a
Albert.
good job from Mason. You'd think. Oh, again, another fight with Southpaw and
My
Orthodox.
black mate celebrates St. George's Day. Is that weird to you? Send him to the stream. Send him to the channel. Give me 10 minutes of him, and I bet that foolishness stops. 10
Literally,
minutes.
bro.
Foolishness. He can't have a good relationship with his dad. Possible. Foolishness.
Maybe his dad's just a waste man.
Impossible. Foolishness.
Maybe his dad's an idiot, innit? Wait, is your mate Nigerian? Because it would make sense if he is.
Yeah, I don't count the man as black. The man, a Nigerian.
Niggas chatting shit, bro.
Why are you asking me is Rance asleep? Shafiq, am I Rance's dad? I don't know if he's asleep.
This guy talking about, bro?
How would I know if Rance is asleep or not? How would I know that?
This is good work from Abdullah Mason. Very good work from Abdullah Mason. Great work. He got him against the ropes and he landed some good shots, but he's establishing distance and he's establishing authority. This is good work from Mason. Good, clean work.
Just said he actually doesn't have a dad. See, I told you. I told you.
Nick can tell from a mile away if you have a dad or not, you know.
No
Nick
black.
should have been on Jeremy Kyle, fam.
Nah, bro, I should have been a Fed blood. If I was a Fed, it'd be peak blood.
Yeah, unfortunately, you couldn't have.
This
Man spun him and my man almost dropped himself, blood.
is why I said Albert is a lot taller, but Mason's got a bigger frame. Mason's got a bigger frame. He can crack. Albert needs to use his jab to maintain the distance, and Albert needs to be first. But
You know the problem though. You know why
because
he
Albert
can't.
is so scared of Mason's speed, he can't even be first.
And you can't establish the jab because, as you said, he's not even getting his feet placed properly. Like, look
Mm.
at his front. To everybody knows to land the jab, you need a good front foot. He ain't even doing that, bro. As soon as he feels like there's any form of heat, bro, that he's moving again. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's why we don't take this is why that round one is why we don't take sparring stories too serious. Because man is sitting there saying, yeah, 5 years ago I used to piece him up in sparring. Now you can't land a blow on him and he's only 22. Do you know what I'm saying? Abdullah Mason should be looking to stop this nigga, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Respectfully. PC Nick. Imagine, bro.
I can't even imagine that. Still, my imagination won't allow me.
I'd be like fucking Alonzo Harris, man. I know white man that don't celebrate St. George's Day. Being black and doing it is mad.
Facts.
Nick, what
I
do you
know no
think about
white
the
man ain't
Michael?
celebrating St. George's Day in front of Nick.
I never, absolutely not. Nick, what do you think about the Michael Rubin all white party? Shafiq, Shafiq, you're trying to get me cancelled. Let's not do this.
Go to
Let's
OnlyFans
not do
extra.
this. Let's not do this.
It's
We're in.
round two, by the way, Nick.
Yeah, yeah. Let me change it now. I thought the pictures of the flags look kind of cold still.
Yeah, it does. Remember old school feel. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
We should have got a good overlay, a background for this.
Yeah, man. Behind the round two, I might just get a little bell, like a boxing bell. I
But
just
I
have that.
mean, where it's black in the background.
I know. Yeah, no, but yeah, I'm saying
I
black is
should.
nah, bro. I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
it black,
yeah.
bro.
Keep it black, cause it's supposed to be Independence
Exactly.
Day for America, innit?
Exactly, yeah. Do you see it there? Jack Sparrow and them things. I
Bro,
think
this guy's
Mason should look.
fighting on everything. This
Bro,
guy's battling on everything.
I think he's already concerned about Mason's power. That's
Oh, that's a good jab from Mason.
one of the reasons he
Another
can't
good
set
jab from Mason.
one of the reasons he can't set his feet is because he's constantly ready to bounce, blood. He's ready to get
Literally,
out of there.
literally instant.
He's ready to get out of there, bro. Okay, cool. He's a southpaw, so that makes it a
You know,
little
if I
bit.
was Abdullah Mason, I'd just keep jabbing to the body, get his hands low.
It's southpaw versus orthodox, so it makes it a little bit more awkward. But I think rounds 8 or 9, Mason should be stopping this guy.
Facts.
Mason's clearly here for rounds, blood.
Mason's established authority already, bruv.
Mm.
So if you were beating me up in spot, ooh, that's a good shot from Bell, though. That's a good straight right hand from Bell.
I told you this fight is going to be like when the first time you challenge your pops and actually beat him in a fight. You know, your dad realized he can't front up to you in the same way he used to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, the first time I went to, no, this was in Michigan. It wasn't actually quite Ohio, but they're pretty much right next to each other. It was on that same day they were actually having a Nation of Islam conference.
Mm.
Oh, that's a great left hand from Mason. Oh, that's a good right hand from Bell. This round's actually decent.
Mm.
Do you do you think this could go like Boots versus Zayas? No chance. Probably
Bell,
2-1.
Bell, Bell just telegraphs too much of what he's doing.
He did land a few good shots, but he's 2-0 down.
Yeah.
You might hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, like support the man them and that. Where we at? Are we at 30 likes?
I don't
24
know.
likes. Like, come on, 6 more likes until 30. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on.
Never, ever, 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 ever. Not for all the tea in China, blood. Never.
Not for all the front in South America.
I'd live in South America before I lived in North America.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Speaking of South America, yeah, were we planning a trip to Curacao, Nick?
I meant to go Colombia for. I'm going Colombia for Nicholas's birthday actually in July.
Oh, are we going? Are we going Cape Verde?
Both.
Bro, all I know is if I go to them places there, it'll be mad.
I'm trying to tell you about South America, blood. You don't want to hear me, bro. I'm trying to take you to, bro. I want to visit every West
Bro,
Indian and Caribbean nation,
bro,
bro.
you
Every
see the
single one.
Blatins, yeah? I'm afraid of them though.
Nah,
Bro, they
bro.
gave 2 rounds to Bill.
What?
Maybe I'm missing this fight. I don't know how you lot are scoring it.
Could have it 1-1 maybe.
I thought Mason won both rounds. I don't
The
know.
first round was clearly a Mason round. Clearly.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good shot from Bell there. Maybe I've got this wrong. Maybe I'm reading this fight wrong.
To be fair, that's just Chris Mannix, and Chris Mannix is a disgrace.
I don't really see Bell throwing anything.
No.
Are you man in the chat? See, who do you guys think's winning this fight?
The third round Bell looks a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. But again, I just think that's just down to lack of activity from both fights.
Yeah.
When there's no activity, it's difficult to score. But the other rounds, I thought Mason was actually landed more punches.
Yeah.
I think Mason's waiting a little bit too long.
I agree. I don't know if he's trying to just catch singles or what it is. Maybe Bell won one of those rounds because I don't see where Bell has Bell's got Mason's respect. I don't really know why or where that would have come from.
I don't know where he's.
Do you know
I
what I'm
don't know
saying? In the
where.
first
When
round,
I was watching those first 2 rounds, I thought Mason won both of those rounds pretty comfortably.
yeah.
I didn't even see Bell throw nothing.
But now in this third round, Mason's like taking a round off. He's not throwing anything.
Yeah.
So if body
I mean,
language wise,
he
it's
did
not good.
land a few shots there, but not enough. But now
In this
Chris Mannix,
round, in this round, Bell is winning the boxing match. Just this round, Bell's winning the boxing match, but Abdullah Mason's winning the fight. It clearly looks like if it breaks into a fight, like a Noakes type fight, Abdullah Mason will take his head
I don't
off.
think Bell's gonna even get to that still. But
Yeah,
Bell's Mason's definitely waiting a bit longer than I would expect him to.
yeah, he seems to have taken a round off.
So early in the fight,
I don't know why he's not throwing. I don't know.
that was a good job from Mason there, and then a good pivot from Bell, then a good free piece from Bell. Yeah, Bell's definitely won that round. Mason is winning this fight. Bell ain't letting his hands go. I mean, he won that round. Mason didn't let his hands go in that round. But judging Chris Mannix probably gave that round to Mason.
Yeah, exactly. Probably get
Maybe he
that round
doesn't
to
know the
fucking
difference
tank.
between the black people.
Yeah, 100%. Chris Mannix even having a job reminds me that there's no excuse to be unemployed.
No, but I realize, yeah, when I think about Chris Mannix and I think about Spencer Oliver, yeah, I realize, bro, if you're white, you can be anything, blood.
Yeah, facts.
Because if you're black, the one thing you can't be is shit, blood. That's one thing you can't be, bro.
Bro, the Russians sent a dog to space before black people could vote in America. Deep it.
That's funny still.
dogs were traveling. Dogs were traveling to space before you man had passports.
So some of these niggas still don't have passports. What are you talking about, bro?
And dogs
Some
still
dogs
floating
have.
around in space.
What is Chris Mannix got a baddie? Yeah. Let me see if Chris Mannix has got a baddie.
Will you rate it more
No, but I just want to see.
into round four? I got it 2-1 so far, but bro, the cards, you just never know, man. You just never know. Mason's got to impose himself a lot more.
Definitely, he needs to start raw. She's decent still. She ain't wow, but she's decent.
Mm. For Chris, innit? Especially.
Yeah, for Chris, innit? Like this guy's probably got the worst game as well, blood. Probably just chatting bare shit, fam.
He's got bread in it.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not liking Mason's body language.
I'm not liking the fact that this brother ain't throwing.
He's not
Now he's
quite.
actually fighting in reverse. He's cut underneath
Yeah.
his left eye. Like the TLC right now.
Bell must have done more than we've realized because, like I say, he seems to have got Mason's respect for some reason.
In round 3, he only landed 2 punches.
Who Mason?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't. As the world champion, you can't be doing that. Can't be doing that.
Well, that was a good counter shot from Mason there. It was a good free piece from Bell there. You can tell Bell is frustrating Mason, but you ain't seen it actually show in his actual punch output.
Mm. It's a very low volume fight.
Definitely.
Because even
But
Bell in round 3 only threw 20
oh,
punches
that's
and
a
landed
good
6.
punch from good free piece from Bell again. Mason is allowing Bell to just pot shot his way through this fight, bro. In my
Mason,
score, oh, that's a good pot shot again from Bell, blood. In my
Mason,
score,
Mason obviously knows how to fight, but Bell's the more experienced boxer, and Bell is using that experience right now.
literally, this fight kind of reminds me of Oshaki versus Ford.
Yeah.
Oh, Bell wound up a left hook there, boy. Are we any closer to 30 likes? Let me have a look. We are currently on 26 likes, so we need 4 more likes to 30. What are you man doing, bro? F Texas says you got it 2-1. You could be white, jobless, and and still get universal credit. I think that's the whole point of universal credit still, but I hear you.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2-2 for me after this.
Yeah, definitely.
And if
That's
Chris Mannix
2-2.
if Chris Mannix had it 2-0 before, he's definitely got it 4-0 now.
Nah, bro, he's got it 2-2.
Man, like Desmond, blood. Fucking hell, bro.
They actually have two people in the ring, which is actually illegal. You're actually only allowed one person in the ring at a time.
Who's got two people in the ring?
Mason, he's got Stitch Duran and he's got his coach in the ring. You're only allowed one person in the ring in between
Mm.
rounds. What are you doing, bro? This is actually illegal.
Bro, if Albert Bell ends up world champion, this is mental, bro.
Trust me.
He needs more urgency.
He needs to, therefore. You're fainting, but you ain't throwing, my bro.
Yeah, facts. Oh, his state commission, the cut man can be in the ring.
Oh, swear. Where's this fight in Ohio?
Must be.
Ah, he's got a 4-0 belt.
Told
Well,
you.
he couldn't have given the last two. Oh, that's a good shot from Mason. Good straight left hand from Mason.
Mason's gonna have to start looking at a stoppage if he's 4-0 down.
I don't think I've got it 2-2, but Mason's actually switched now to orthodox. He switched back to southpaw.
When he's in the orthodox stance, I don't like the jab. I just don't like it.
He's in southpaw now.
He's pouring, but he's not actually throwing or landing the jab. He's not using the jab for anything. Great left hand, but he's not using
That
the
was a
jab
good
for
body
anything.
shot, but then he got caught with a free piece. There's one
He
thing
he
Bell's doing.
he he's taking his time and trying to land these singles, and I don't understand why.
Bell is literally doing the smart thing, which is whenever Mason lands a good shot, he's coming up with shoe shining shots. Now they ain't great, but they're scoring shots. I don't know if Bell had a great amateur career, but he's got a very good amateur style.
Bell's fighting like Barboza Jr. against like Josh Taylor
Not just Taylor Catterall.
against Jack Carroll.
Yeah, that's actually a really good comparison. It's a really good comparison.
He's just doing the bare minimum and then moving.
Literally, that's a really good comparison.
He's just being just aggressive enough to keep you thinking.
Oh, that's a
And
good left hand from Bell again. Yeah,
Mason's
Mason.
really disappointing. Really
Oh,
disappointing.
Mason's gonna struggle because his mindset is I'm gonna land a good single, and his mindset should be I'm gonna put my punches together
But also, Mason's
and set
telegraphing a lot.
traps.
Mason is telegraphing a lot of the information. So what Bell's doing is just before you decide to launch that power shot, bap, bap, and
Yep,
I'm
and
gone.
then he just reset.
Yeah, and then I reset and I'm gone, and then I reset.
One thing I like about Bell is he's not going the same direction. So he'll hit. Look
Yeah,
at that, the great free piece, and then he goes the other direction. You'll see at the end of the round, Nick, he does
yeah,
a free piece and then spin a completely different direction, right on cue as well, as I said.
yeah. I'm really curious to see what when I was logged into your DAZN, what was good was I was listening to the fight in my headphones, and obviously the plan didn't work. But what I was going to do is partly have the headset on because obviously it's coming through the PlayStation headset, so that I don't have to have the audio on. But it would have been really interesting to hear what the corner is telling
Oh yeah,
Abdullah
yeah,
Mason.
yeah. Maybe we should do that in future.
Yeah, this is really poor from Mason. It's going to be really sad to see him lose his world title, but he's not.
Man, them are saying he got set up, blood. There's actually man them saying. I remember shout
Yeah,
out to
yeah,
John.
I saw a lot of people saying the same thing. They're like, "Raw, like you man might not know, but Albert Bell's one of them guys. Like he's not like he's some top guy, but like if you're looking at his name and his record, you might think he's a lot
Yeah,
easier
like,
than
and
actually
to
you
fight
realize
him
that he
on late
is."
notice as well just doesn't
Yeah,
make sense, bro.
That being said, Abdullah Mason for me won the first 2 rounds, and we could see the path to victory. And then he changed the game plan. He changed what he was doing.
I think Bell done one good thing though, is instead of trying to fight for front foot, he just said, you know what, I'm gonna reverse, but I'm gonna reverse circling left and right. And I'm gonna lead, but really and truly, my main weaponry will be when you're trying to leave. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, and he just landed good flurries and then left out the back door.
I always say this to you though about Bivol. I'm not comparing Bell to Bivol. Bell is punching and moving at the same time.
Hmm.
Abdullah
Look at
Mason
that,
is
three
stalking.
piece gone,
Abdullah Mason is stalking, planting his feet,
2 piece
and
gone.
then throwing the power shot. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I know when you're going to throw the power shot because you can't move and throw. That's why Sam Noakes. That's why you look so good against Sam because Sam don't move. Shafiq said he needs to turn that switch that Crawford had against Porter. Yeah, but he ain't got that switch, blood. He's not Crawford.
A good 3 piece again from Mason.
Free
I
piece from
said
Mason.
Crawford, not Mason Bell. Sorry.
I was gonna say Mason don't throw no free piece. I hadn't even seen it yet, and I knew that weren't right. Mason's just throwing singles, blood. Do you know what I'm saying?
Like a Asian bro in a strip club.
100%, bro.
He needs to run on that crawl. Mason did have a lot of red flags. He stopped jabbing for whatever reason. Mason is fighting like he punches harder than he does.
I
I
was
don't know
gonna say,
what he's
does he
doing.
does he does he think he's better than he is, or does he think that he hits harder than he actually does? Because he's fighting like he's fighting like Roly.
Wilder.
Yeah. He's fighting like Roly, bro. He's just head to high guard, walking in and trying to land that big single. But I
I
predicted after the first couple rounds that it could be Abdullah Mason by late stoppage, and maybe it can, but I'm not seeing it here.
Nah, bro.
And
And
Bell just getting his confidence.
Bro ain't even got out of first scare blood.
Nah, nah,
This actually looks like a rudimental performance.
yeah, for sure.
And Bell still sees you as a little man.
Yep, 100%. No combination punches by Mason at all. Nah.
Not at all. I need to go toilet.
It looks like Abdullah Mason is. Looks like Mason's bought into his own hype a little bit. He believes his own story. That's his problem. Bell watched Mason grow up. He knows what he can exploit. I also feel like Bell felt that power and was like, all right, safe. I felt the worst of it. No problem. Do you know what I mean? I'm good. Bell about to rip up the script. Well, it depends. I mean, like me and Shane were saying, for a lot of the American fans, Bell winning was part of the script. Do you know what I'm saying? So, Bell got the two rounds where Abdullah Mason has looked best. Chris Mannix still gave those rounds to Bell. So it's a long day for you, do you know what I mean? I
Yeah,
do
Bell's
hope
definitely getting his hands raised.
I do hope that when the urgency picks up, and if Abdullah Mason is good enough that not good enough, but like young and powerful enough that he, if you throw caution to the wind, he can actually do something about it. Do you
But
know what I mean?
where does if Mason loses this fight, which we all anticipate to probably happen, where does he actually go from here, bro?
Bro, it's going to be really ugly to try
It's
and
gonna be
climb
a
back.
tough climb back, bro.
Yeah, Albert Bell using his lead hand really well, not to throw a punch, but hanging it out there because out, Abdullah Mason can't get around the long levers to land those power shots.
Someone was saying earlier today about being a shorter fighter having an advantage. This is a clear advantage of being a taller fighter and your advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
Bell
a great
doing
shot, bro. Bell's hurt. Bell is hurt. That was a great shot. He was wobbled there, a little piece there. Can Abdullah Mason take some confidence from that? Go
mm.
on. I actually
this
want to see
this
you rush in. Oh, you allow this dude to flip and tie
this
you up.
this is what I said. As it gets later and later and it's more urgent, and he starts just saying, "Fuck this, I got to go for a stoppage." You know, he does have the power to do that. He does have the power to do that.
Don't let this guy get off the hook, bro. Don't let him get off the hook.
Mm.
Don't wait, bro. Don't let it get away.
He needs. I was gonna say he needs Virgil Hunter.
Good 1-2 from Bell.
No beard restrictions, I see in this fight.
Facts. 'Cause my man's beard's longer. He can breed that stuff.
Yeah, bro, that beard is longer than America's history. They're never letting
Unfortunately,
me in. You know, they're never letting me in. Man.
unfortunately, it ain't darker than America's history, bro.
Yeah, facts.
Oh, that's a good shot from Mason. Mason's won this round. Mason's definitely won this round. Another good shot from Mason. Oh, another good shot from Mason. That backhand left has done really good work in this round. Oh, good counter from Bell. A good long straight right hand counter.
What's that? At the end of the seventh.
You will see it in a second. And he tried it again and he missed. End of the round. It was a good round from me, Mason. Probably on my scorecard, I got it 4-3 to Bill. Could be pressure of fighting in hometown. Bill about to rip up the script. Bill gonna get his hand raised. Schofield fight. He could ask. No, why would Schofield fight Mason? If Mason loses, why would Schofield fight Mason? Schofield's about to fight for a world title. Seems like Albert Bell is able to get more respect with his punches than anticipated. I don't know if it's the respect he's got from that. I think he's just got a really good. He's got a really good discipline.
He's fighting like a Joe Calzaghe as well. Obviously, he's got better footwork and can pivot better than Joe Calzaghe, but he's just making sure that he's throwing when you're not throwing. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and he's definitely just causing you to reset constantly. Fighters that can make you reset constantly is just so frustrating. This is like if Bivol was to fight Benavidez, this is how I would see Bivol fighting Benavidez, just constantly making you reset. Now Abdullah Mason is loading up on these left hands. You can see a lot more urgency in Abdullah Mason now. You will create openings for Bell, but you do need this urgency. That was the first round they gave to Mason. That was
You
a
mean
great
Chris
shot
Mannix?
from. Oh, it looks like that you got knocked down. No knockdown. Okay, that actually could have been a knockdown though. It was a great right hand. A good shot from Mason again, and Bell was tying up. Another good shot. Oh, another. Yeah, Bell's hurt. The
I
ref needs
said
to
it
do
could.
something
I
about the
said don't
excessive
be
holding.
surprised to
The,
see
the, the
Mason
ref needs
win.
to do something about the excessive holding.
I said don't be surprised.
Now this is where Mason, if you're smart, you go to the ref and say, "Bro, this guy's holding me," because you need him to deduct a point so the holding can stop. A good
Mm.
left hand again. Albert Bell has no inside game whatsoever. This guy can only throw long and straight shots. He's got no inside game. If Mason could land and then bounce out, oh, there's a great jab from Mason. Go back to the body.
It's a good
Great to
shot
the
from
body again.
Mason.
Overhand right. Good overhand left. Good overhand left again. Overhand right. Now Mason's putting his shots together. Bouncing a great overhand right from Mason. He's putting his punches together and he's showing the urgency that's needed. This is where I'm saying if you can get through this fight, the learning, the experience you would get from this fight going forward. That's a good body shot. Keep working. Keep working. Overhand left. Big overhand left from Mason.
I
Bell
did
shakes his
say
head, but that I
seven,
can
eight
tell he
round
felt that.
7 and 8. Don't be surprised to see Mason stop him in seven
Mason's
or
gone
eight.
with the high guard, and Albert Bell is trying to tie him up. But the truth be told, like the ref needs to do something about this excessive holding because whenever he gets on the inside, it's just tying up. Again, another tie up. A body shot from Abdullah Mason. Abdullah
Good
Mason
left
needs to
hand.
lead with the left hand. Good shot from Bell.
Do you know what Abdullah Mason's doing well? Exactly what Bam was doing badly against Vargas. Bell is
Good
the
body shot.
longer Bell is the longer, rangier fighter. When Abdullah Mason has his head on Bell's chest,
Oh,
that's
good shot
not
from
where
Mason.
Bell wants to be.
I think Bell's knows his boss. Keep your head, yeah, as you said, keep your head right there, as you
Keep
said.
your head right on his chest. Don't give him no space to maneuver, no
That
space to
in one of
breathe.
them, he's got his head on his nose.
Yeah, facts.
That was a good round for Mason. I got it 4-4.
I'm still 20 seconds into. I've still got 20 seconds left in this
Mason's
round.
corner telling him to go to the body. Just work, bro. If I'm in his corner, I'm telling him to work, bro. Work your ass off, bro. Work. This round, I want 100 punches, bro. That's what I'm saying. When you're on the bag, I'd be like, bro, I want 100 punches. When this guy ties you up, still throw. Keep your hands underneath you. The problem is you're going too much over the top, so he can tie you up. Keep your hands underneath you, so he can't tie you up. When your hands are free, work. What a flipping left hand. If
I was
Abdullah Mason
disappointed.
can stop him, he's shown great adjustment and
Yeah,
great mindset, because any other fighter would have they may have felt sorry
he
for
could shy
themselves
away. He
or
shy
shy
away. Yeah,
away. And I don't really like uh, um
I did say it
good
between
body
seven
shot
and
from
nine.
Mason. Go back to the body with that jab. Go back to the body with that jab. Great body shot again. Go back to the body with that jab.
Rand said Mason changed the pace of this unsettled Bell. He'll stop him if he keeps the pressure up.
Yeah, just keep the pressure up. Keep
I
throwing.
said,
Throw on the inside.
this
Throw.
is why
Don't
I
let him tie
said.
you up. Throw.
I said, don't be surprised to see Mason stop him in the late
Oh,
rounds.
good body shot. He got caught with a little counter on the inside there, but good. See, Albert Bell has no inside game. So when we were speaking about Schofield, someone like Schofield will be torture for someone like Albert Bell, because
Mm.
Schofield is all in the pocket. Go back to the body. Good body shot again. Throw. Yeah, good. Keep throwing. Keep throwing. Good body shot. Keep throwing. Keep throwing. Bro, this referee is shocking, bro. This is excessive holding.
Yeah, ref ain't doing nothing.
Good shot from Bell. Good body shot again. See, Bell has no inside game whatsoever. So whenever the fight gets on the inside, he's just tying up. Bro, ref is doing nothing with this excessive holding.
I like the urgency from Abdullah Mason. As soon as they get a little break from the ref, he's straight in there.
Go back to the body. Go back to the body. Oh, great body shot. Good body shot again. Good body shot. Bell just doesn't have the good body shot. Keep ripping. Keep ripping. Good body shot again. Look at the body shots. This is great work from Mason. This is what he's done. The adjustments he's done and the game plan from the corner has been great. Go to the body and work this body. Break him down. This guy is just holding. Albert Bell is holding, and the ref ain't done jack shit. It's like watching a Lawrence Okoli fight, blood.
Mm. Yeah, this is a Coley if he couldn't crack.
Good body shot. Oh, great combination to the body. Another good body shot. Good body shot again from
Those are
Abdullah
great
Mason.
body shots. While Bell's trying to hold him, he's like, "Cool, I'm not gonna let you fully tie me up."
That's what I'm saying. Keep your hands beneath you, so you can't tie me
Mhm.
up. If your hands above you, then you can tie up my hands. But if my hands beneath you, you can't tie me up because your hands are higher than mine.
Facts.
So even if he goes on top, your hands almost are to the ground. Good shot from Bell though to end the round. Bell got the last shot of the round, but he lost that round. I got it. I got it. I got Bell. I got Bell losing this fight. I got Bell losing this fight.
Like I said,
Rants, have you ever thought about a boxing channel? Mason
like,
changed the. Yeah, you said that
I
already.
read it all out already. like I said, bro, if Mason's serious, a fighter like Bell, he's got to be looking at stopping him. He's got to. That
He's
if
got
he's
no
serious.
inside game, bro. You man hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you ain't subscribed already. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It's just excessive holding from Bell right now.
FK
Excessive.
said he's got a 5-4 Mason.
Me as well. If I'm Mason's corner, I'm like, bro, go and tell the referee, get me a point deduction because this guy is just tying up.
Well, I'm taking him to the floor every time he tries to tie me up. I'm breaking him down in the body, and if I can't land, once I can't land and I'm too tight, I'm going to the floor. We're both going to the floor.
I don't want to do that because I don't want to break. I don't want to break in time. I don't want anything that's gonna slow me down. If I
Yeah,
go to the ground, then the ref's gonna split us up, get me back up, rub off my gloves.
true.
I don't want that.
Man is a stiff fighter. Pause.
Go back to the body, Mason. Even go to the body with a jab. Don't wait. Don't wait. Good body shot. Good body shot again. Great body shot. Good combination. Go to the body again. Keep doing the body work. You can see the corners told him to go to the body, and that's made a great adjustment. It slowed and taken the gas out of Bell's legs tremendously. Now, what you want to do is keep the body shots there until like the last 2 rounds, where you keep going to the body and then just find one to the head. Because right now he's got no inside game. Got nothing. Nothing for you on the inside. Use the jab to the body to get on the inside and you work. Rip. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. You got caught with a good shot there. Don't let it go. Go back in. Go back to work.
This is more of what I expected
Go
from
back to
Mason.
work. You're letting the momentum drift. Go back to work. Good jab. Oh, that's a good overhand left from Mason. Good shot from Bell. There's been a lot of holding in this fight.
Mm.
Good shot from Bell there. Good body shot from Mason. Go back. Good body shot again from Mason. Good body shot. See, the thing is, you don't actually have to land a lot of punches to outland Bell. You just need maybe 3 or 4 flurries in a round, and then you win
Yeah,
the round. Because this dude ain't throwing shit.
yeah. That's when you saw the stats of the punch output on round 3. The highlight reel was that only 2 punches were landed from Mason, but actually only 6 were landed from Bell in a round that he
Bell's
won.
cut over his left eye right now as well. Go back to the body, Mason. Go back to the body.
The weakness we're seeing from Mason, and he showed this in the Noakes fight, is the lack of fighter instincts. Because when he's landing all these
Good
body
jab.
shots, what you'd like to see is him throw in the odd headshot here and there just to
Yeah,
give
definitely.
Bell's defense something to think about. But he's not doing that. He can either go for the headshot and learn to try it and land a single, or he can go for the body, but he can't quite put it all together.
Mason's a favorite of mine, but he's still got a lot, got so much to learn. Bell just using his experience to stay in there. I don't think Bell's winning this fight, though. I don't see Bell winning this fight. I don't know. Maybe I'm watching this fight differently, but I don't see Bell winning this fight. I see Bell losing this fight. Bell's still fighting defense. I don't see Bell losing it. Bro, in my opinion, if Bell wins this fight in this style, I don't. I would feel aggrieved if I was Mason. Especially because this guy ain't got shit for you, bro. He can't
Mhm.
hurt you. He ain't got shit for you, bro. If you go out and work this dude and we go trade for trade, I'ma win. I'ma win every time, bro. I love that exchange rate, bro. That's like changing Jamaican money for English money, bro. I'ma win
Yeah,
every time. Let's have it, fam. Let's flipping have it, bro. Don't wait for shit.
look
Don't
at the
wait for
urgency from the
nothing, bro.
corner as well. The corner's so urgent.
His corner's actually done him right today. Good body shot again. Work. Great body shot again. Work. That's what I want to see. Urgency, bro. This is this. Mate. Bell's trying to come here and rob the belt, bro. On some idiot thing. He was fighting well earlier in the fight, but bro, you got to show a bit more ambition, fam. Good
I don't
jab
even
from
think he was
Mason.
fighting that well. Mason allowed him to do that. That's
Dude,
what it
true.
was.
Bro, what is this ref doing with this excessive holding, bro? What is going on? Good body shot. Good body shot. Oh, that's a good overhand left from Mason. Straight left, straight on the pipe, short on the inside. We keep ripping. Keep ripping with a free hand. Keep ripping. Bell's face is bust up, boy. That should give you motivation. Oh, good body shot. Good shot. You could actually get him out of there, you know. Just
He should
keep
do.
ripping. Don't wait, bro. To be fair, Bell's done some smart things with his feet, but that's not going to be enough to win you this round. Because he's resetting Abdullah Mason by spinning left and right. And this for some reason this ring seems like a flipping
Huge.
huge blood.
Yeah.
Good body shot again. Good body shot. Good body shot. This is some really good body work, bro. You'd have thought it was Ajit Cabello fighting right now, bro. I couldn't tell you the last time this guy landed a flush headshot. You want to see a bit more. That's a good shot from Albert Bell. A good 1-2 piece, and then he's spun back around. That's good footwork. He's losing the round though, but that's good footwork. Oh, good shot from Bell. And he just got countered with another shot to the body.
Scorecards could be closer than they probably should be. So I've got Mason for the first two, and then I've got Bell for like 3 to 5, and then I've got all Mason after that.
Oh, great shot. I mean, I don't know if Bell thinks he's winning this fight, but he's got to do something different because there's no way he's winning. There's no way he's winning this fight now. There's no
Yeah.
way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Maybe I'm watching a different fight. How do you man have it? But there's no way Bell's winning this fight.
I've got it 8-3 to Mason.
Yeah. 8-3 at the worst 7-4. At the worst 7-4. I think I got
Like
it
I said,
7-4. I think I got it
given
7-4.
I've given Mason the first two.
Now I got it 7-4. I got it 7-4.
I've given Mason the first two, and then I've given Bell the next three, and then I've given Mason the rest. But you could give the second round to Bell.
No, I gave Bell 4 in a row. So I gave him. Oh, already he's down. He's down. Bell's down. Bell is down,
Cool.
and
I said it. I said it.
Bell is down.
I said it.
There's no way he's winning this fight. There's no way he's winning now. That is great work from Mason. But Mason ain't happy with that. Mason's going for the kill. Mason's going for the kill. This is great work. The ref needs to do something about this holding star.
As he should.
Bro, you need to stop. Oh, that's another good left hook. The refs waved off the fight. The refs waved off the fight, bro.
I need to see the stop. What was he? What from being under pressure or from a knockdown?
It was a knockdown, and then he held and he fell on the ground. But let's be honest with you, yeah. Abdullah, mate, I'll keep it real. I think the ref kind of saved him because he was gonna get stopped. And the truth is, all he was doing was flipping holding, bro. It was a horrible stoppage, but to be honest with you, he was gonna win the fight anyway. It was a horrible stoppage because he actually did get wrestled to the floor, but
He did, but he only got wrestled to the floor, and it looks a bad stoppage, and it is a shit stoppage. But he only got wrestled to the floor because he was trying to hold. He got caught with the hook and tried to lunge for the hold, and as he lunged for the hold, he's ended up on the floor. That's entirely Bell's fault.
there was no way. There was no way Mason was gonna lose from there. Anyhow, Mason lost that fight from there on the scorecards, bro. I would have said that was a robbery, blood.
For me, that's a 6 out of 10, maybe a 7 out of 10, 6.5 or 7 out of 10 performance. For me, I want to like I said, my prediction was that I did say for me, final prediction, I predict that Mason stops him late, but I was thinking more 8 or 9. And if Mason doesn't take off rounds 3 and 4, he should have been stopping him earlier, in my opinion.
I actually think this is a good. This is a different learning test from the Sam Noakes fight.
Yeah,
He learned a different lesson. You
of
know,
course. Yeah,
like the lesson he learned in the Sam Noakes fight was to be disciplined and to box behind like just be patient and show some temperament. In this
yeah,
fight, it's about showing some urgency and seizing the moment.
yeah. Horrible stoppage
So
finish. I would have liked to see a better finish than that, but yeah.
I had Mason up anyway. Bell was in survival mode, but that was not a stoppage. Disappointing performance. I was I was disappointed with the performance, but you know what though, Rance? I will say I'll
I
give
was
him
disappointed with the
credit.
first half, I would say. The first half.
Man was holding his ankles. I was disappointed, but I would say he showed me some things that I'd never seen from him. So I will say he did pass some tests. Do you know what I'm saying? He showed me he was able to think through a fight. He showed me he wasn't able to panic. And when it was time to go for the close, he was able to do it. And he's gonna learn a lot of lessons from this. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you look at some people's fight, whether it's a Shakur or Boots, they have fights in their career where they may not be um impressive, but they win and they win in good fashion, which he did. In terms of the actual ending performance, getting a stoppage, I think that stoppage was inevitable. That guy
Mr.
was
Aki
that
said, this is how Keyshawn Haney goes, by the way. Yeah, it'll be Keyshawn on the
potentially.
floor.
I don't see Keyshawn winning so many rounds because Devin Haney's a master at winning rounds, but it could be. I mean, Keyshawn Davis um moving up to 47 in his first fight. You know, if he's got the punch power at 47, then that's great. But in this fight, we saw Abdullah Mason, the physically stronger and bigger fighter, even though he's shorter. Devin Haney will be taller, physically stronger, and physically bigger. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Devin Haney. Devin Haney is massive, you know. Like he is not a 147. Like he could be fighting at 54 comfortably. Keyshawn Davis ain't a big 140 pounder. Like I see Keyshawn with Richardson Hitchens, bro. He's quite small. So I'm not saying Keyshawn can't win. Keyshawn can win. He's got talent, but it won't look like this because Keyshawn doesn't have the physical strength to bully Devin Haney.
Yeah. Abdullah
But he
Mason
could,
is the strong is the bigger bodied, stronger person. Like
yeah,
if they go gym, like fucking Abdullah Mason's gonna lift more weights. Whereas if that's not the case for Haney and
you will see like Devin. I've seen Devin with like middleweights, bro. This dude is big, bro. I remember. You know what? You know when Bill Haney said to Canelo. I'm not Bill Haney said to Crawford to fight Canelo. You know why he said
yeah,
it?
well,
Because he saw Devin next to Canelo. And he's like, bro,
yeah,
this dude ain't that much bigger than Devin.
yeah.
So Devin is big, bro.
Canelo's a small 168 to be fair.
But Devin's supposed to be was a 35 at the time.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of Abdullah. He got the job done, but he's got a lot more to learn. But before getting in there with the big names, facts. But he's young. He's young, and he would learn a lot from this fight, bro. He'd learn a lot from this fight. I'm only playing, guys. Devin wins that fight easy. I know you, man, don't play about Devin. Bro, Devin could lose that fight. That's the thing. He
I'm
could
a big
act.
Keyshawn Davis fan.
He Nick likes Keyshawn. Nick's been talking Keyshawn for time. I actually like Keish. I think Keyshawn could lose to Keyshawn could beat Devin. I wouldn't take it in my first fight at 147, but there's a way in which Keyshawn has to show me some more discipline, like mental
That's
discipline.
exactly what I was going to say. The problem I have with Keyshawn is when the fight is difficult because Devin wins rounds really well, there's a world where you've not done a lot wrong, but you are down 5-0. And I don't know that he doesn't do something stupid.
Even
Do you
in
know what
the
I mean?
build up to the fight, like Bill Haney does these mind games will get you into the fight where you try to be aggressive and like what he done with Brian Norman Jr. You go for the knockout early and you just make mistakes. Brian
Yeah.
Norman Jr. Keyshawn just needs to show me a bit more temperament. But I love Keyshawn Davis as a fighter though. He can fight. He can fight his
Yeah.
heart. He can fight his arse off, bro. No one will ever hear me criticize Keyshawn Davis's fighting ability. His
Yeah.
mindset, I criticize. We see
Yeah.
it inside and outside the ring. His mindset, I criticize, but not his ability. Definitely
We've
not.
seen it with his relationship with Shakur. We've seen him miss weight. We've seen him, react badly backstage. We've seen him throw tantrums at times. We've seen him. There's all sorts of stuff.
I
You know what I'm
mean,
saying?
if I would like to see Abdullah Mason stay at 35, and I would love to see him see if he can unify with Schofield. But I don't see that fight happening. If it doesn't happen, then bro, I'm with anything, to be honest with you. He's got to have a few more learning fights. So Devin has the frame to fight at 160. He's big, but he ain't strong for his size, to be honest. He is definitely smaller, but Styles make fights. No, Styles do make fights. No, the only reason why I was saying that, Rants, was I was saying that they said that this fight will look like Devin versus um
Keyshawn.
Keyshawn, and I'm like, Keyshawn can win, but he won't win like that because Devin is just bigger than Keyshawn. Like Devin initiates a lot of clinches like Bell does, but he also initiates a lot of clinches to smother work. Like I see when I saw Keyshawn fight Albright. Keyshawn allowed Albright to smother too much of his work. And if Albright had a bit more offense, Albright could have actually won some rounds. In the first Albright fight, Keyshawn versus Albright, what we saw was a poor mental front flip from Abdullah Mason, but what we saw is a poor mental display from from Keyshawn Davis. Not a technical or physical display, but mental. Mentally, he just wasn't there. You would have never you would never have guessed that Bell have that kind of record. Why would I not have guessed that? He ain't fought no one great anyway.
I also think that he boxed for someone that's exactly got that kind of record. He's difficult to beat, but ultimately he can't crack. Do you know what I mean? And that's exactly the problem. Do you know what I'm saying? Because when it really comes to it, it's Abdullah Mason who's gonna, be able to put that power together. Do you know what I'm saying?
Keyshawn Davis gonna get rattled before the fight. I don't trust Key to keep composure under the lights. Bro, it's not like we've never seen him. It's a guess, innit? We're wondering. We've seen Devin in those situations. We ain't seen Keyshawn still. Keyshawn will have to show us something that he ain't shown us before.
Yeah. I think he means stylistically, Key will be the aggressor and Dev will be on the back foot holding, which I agree. You never know, but the thing is with Devin, you never know, bro. Do you know what I mean? He was on the front foot against Ryan, which is why he got dropped so many times, and he was on the front foot in the first part of the Brian Norman Jr. fight. We dropped him in the first round. Once he banked what he needed to bank, he got in his bike, blood.
I,
Do you know what
I,
I'm
I,
saying?
I, I I think Keyshawn needs to try and box Devin. Because if Keyshawn tries to go out and be aggressive and just go for the knockout, he's gonna lose so many rounds doing that.
That's what I agree. I think
He needs
people
to try. If he boxes
Devin is
Devin,
not the most front foot fighter in the world, but people over egg how negative they think that he is. People overdo it.
Devin will win rounds. Do it. There is no fight. That's why Keyshawn and Devin is so. It will be so good to watch them fight because I would want to know who's good. Keyshawn Davis for me isn't a master at winning rounds. He's a great fighter, but he's not a master at winning rounds.
Yeah.
Devin is a master at winning rounds. And the reason why I say that is I've seen Devin hurt, like badly hurt, and come out the next round and win. And I ain't just talking about the Ryan Garcia fight. I'm talking about in the Loma fight. I'm talking about in the Linares fight, Jojo Diaz fight. These fights where the fight's tipping away from him, he just wrestles rounds back. This guy banks rounds. So Keyshawn, if he goes out and tries to knock Devin Haney out, I have no doubt that he might be able to hurt Devin. But if Keyshawn
If he
boxes
don't knock
Devin,
every round, he doesn't knock him out. He loses the round trying to knock him out instead of going out and trying to win in a boxing match. The only way Keyshawn can win a round of boxing against Devin is if he sets out specifically to win the round of boxing.
facts. That's what I'm
And
trying
if
to
he
say.
does, and if he doesn't set out specifically to win the round of boxing, he sets out to do something else. I want to put a dent in him. I want to hurt him. I want to show him how tough I am. I want to put a show on. Any of that type. Every time you do that, you lose a round. You lose the round every time.
Every single time. Every single time.
Yeah. I'll be real. Keyshawn is better than Dev at everything. He can beat him however he wants.
He's not
Just
better than him at winning rounds because there's
it's
no
just not true.
boxer in the sport. There's literally it's just statistically, if Devin don't get dropped, he don't lose a round. It's just
Yeah.
that simple. If he got dropped, he got dropped against Ryan Garcia. He got hurt against Ryan Garcia. But if he don't get hurt against Keyshawn Davis, he's not losing a round, bro. If
Yeah.
Keyshawn Davis would have, and the thing is, no layers. I haven't seen Keyshawn Davis fight at a high enough level to make that assessment yet. So until he fights A-level fights, I wouldn't know. But Keyshawn Davis is definitely talented, though.
The thing
Devin really
is,
went
Mr.
on.
Aki, you're right. That performance on the New York card was shit, blood. But that was the same. But again, when I'm talking about holding people to different standards, do you know what else happened on that New York card? Ryan Garcia lost.
Facts.
He just lost.
Devin,
We're not even talking about the fact that he lost. Devin weren't really on the front foot against Brian. He just held his feet for 2 rounds. Haney is a smart boxer and should stick to boxing Keyshawn. In a fight, he doesn't win. But I don't think
yeah,
he'll
no,
fight
I
him.
agree with that. In a
I
fight, he
don't think
don't
that's what
win, but
I don't think you fight him.
I don't. I think the biggest problem with Keyshawn Davis is that Keyshawn Davis hasn't played high level chess. Devin has played high level chess. So when it is, if Keyshawn Davis goes into that fight and he isn't able to hurt or knock Devin Haney out, I am giving Devin Haney all the advantages, bro.
Mm.
All the advantages.
Really beat them all. No, just joking. Yeah, but people don't rate Ryan though. It's not about rating. You're talking about rating. Ryan's a world champion at 147 pounds.
Keyshawn don't have Keyshawn hasn't fought he hasn't played high level chess, so you can't tell me that. You can't say he's got more tools if he's never actually had to deal with as much puzzles. You've only dealt with a certain level of you've never fought someone who's faster than you, never fought someone who's got better footwork than you never fought someone who's bigger than you never fought someone who's got better distance, you never fought someone you haven't dealt with enough of a puzzle. You haven't dealt with a high level southpaw. You haven't dealt with a high level orthodox fighter. You haven't dealt with enough of a puzzle. So you can't tell me you have more tools because you haven't fought enough variations of fighters. So I don't know about that. And one thing he definitely doesn't do better than Devin is he doesn't win rounds better than Devin. So facts, Key not having that experience at high level against another high level chess player will show it will be worse than Brian. I don't think it'll be worse than Brian Norman Jr. because Keyshawn can actually box, and Keyshawn will box Devin Haney at times. The issue is if he lets Devin Haney get into a lead, I can't see how Keyshawn Davis wins the fight back. I can't see that. Once Devin Haney gets into a lead, and people did say, "Oh, on that New York court card, Devin was negative." If Devin replicated that style against Keyshawn, how can Keyshawn win that fight?
Yeah,
If he decided to just run and pot shot, how is he gonna win the fight? Because
exactly.
he's not gonna be able to cut off the ring against Devin and stop him. He might be able to cut off the ring against Devin and get caught in some clinches, but Devin will land at a higher percentage because Keyshawn Davis is significantly easier to hit than Devin. That's not even a debate. He gets
You can
hit at a
say
higher percentage.
winning rounds isn't a skill or an attribute. It's not, but it's the result of having the skills and the attributes. Doing the skill would be passing and shooting, and the result would be scoring goals. There's no point saying scoring goals isn't a skill. No, okay, scoring goals isn't a skill, but movement is a skill, finishing is a skill. All of those things are skills. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and all of that combined is what makes a good striker. So it's still very much a skill set thing to be able to keep winning rounds. That's how you win
Literally,
boxing.
Wh- Keyshawn Davis has never shown me, never, in any fight, and I rate Keyshawn Davis as I keep saying. has never shown me in any fight where we're playing high level chess and I'm going to make the tactical and technical adjustment to win this fight. He showed me that he's technically and physically superior, so he just does more of what he's doing. But I've never seen him make tactical adjustments. So unless you're saying it's just going to be a one-sided fight, which it may be, I don't know. I can't see how I don't see how he wins that fight unless he's gonna have to hurt Devin early. But will Ring Ross play a factor in this Devin versus Keyshawn Davis fight? Could, definitely could. Devin hasn't fought since November, so I don't know how much Ring Ross that will be. Depends on when they fight, innit?
But yeah, blood. I'm going to bed. It was a big night for Mason. Good performance in the end. I think the first half of the fight was underwhelming, and he definitely allowed his level to drop. But he showed his level again towards the back end of the fight. You know, big. Obviously a lot of that come from his team as well. What we saw is that he can't make the adjustments for himself at this point. But listen, it's his first title defense. 22 years old, bright future. We're just gonna have to see what happens with him. Do you know what I mean? Definitely want to see him fight Schofield. There's some good fights out there for him. It's just he's gonna have to be managed in the right way. Do you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
trust me. But you man, hit the like button, subscribe to the
Yeah.
channel. We'll be live tomorrow for Brazil. Then we'll be live Monday for weekly wrap up. Then football, Only Facts football's out right now. Only Facts sports boxing show will be out is also out right now. So yeah, man, stay tuned.
And
Hit
we've
the
got
subscribe
OnlyFacts
button and
extra
like to the
content
channel.
as well coming. We've got OnlyFacts extra content coming as well. So, do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Make sure you subscribe over there too. Peace, man. Them. Catch you, man, in a bit.